Okay, I can confirm we are now live, and I will call the meeting to order at 11:01. Before we go to Councillor Morrison with the land acknowledgement, I just want to say for those who might be watching us today that we have heard your concerns about our live stream and not being able to hear us. So we have turned up the volume to as loud as possible. And I understand it's a little bit better than it was about a few weeks ago, but we are listening and we are doing our best to improve it. So with that, I would like to go to Councillor Morrison to give us the land acknowledgement, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe under the terms of the Robinson-Huron Treaty number 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred places, and take actions toward real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations.
Thank you for that, Councillor Morrison. So with that, I do have a motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Cloutier. It is recommended that the special general committee meeting agenda dated Tuesday, February 7th, 2023 be adopted as printed and circulated. Questions or comments? All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Okay. Seeing none, I will go to agenda item 4.1, and I do have a motion moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that the draft 2023 capital budget projects and department reserve contributions as presented in Schedules B and E of Report Corp -2023-1 be approved to be considered in the town draft 2023 consolidated budget, and further that the new capital infrastructure identified in Schedule D of Report Corp 2023-1 be approved to be considered in the town draft 2023 capital budget and included thereafter as part of the town's asset management plan. Okay. Riva, over to you. Welcome, ladies.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Elcock, for this opportunity to present the town's draft capital budget for 2023. Capital assets are the essential infrastructure that provides the everyday services to our community. It's the roads we drive to get to work, the bridge that connects downtown to the commercial sector, storm systems that prevent flooding, fire trucks that respond to fires and other emergencies, the pools where our kids learn to swim, the recreation centers where community members gather, and museums and theaters where historical treasures and arts and culture are showcased. Establishing a long-term funding and replacement strategy of these essential assets is not only prudent stewardship for the municipality, but it's also a requirement under OREG 58817. And in 2024, municipalities will be required to include in our asset management plan a 10-year funding strategy. So that will be up and coming, but we're doing a good job at it so far. Huntsville has been committed through the capital budget process to dedicate resources to capital asset management strategy and has over the past decade continued to increase funding for the existing infrastructure. And you'll see how we've done that and how we've performed over the past 10 years. But although we've made significant progress in moving forward with this funding strategy, it's expected that it could take 2 more decades to get to where we need to go to a fully sustainable level of funding for the assets we currently have. So not for new ones, but for the ones that we currently have. So I would like to turn it over to Riva Frame, who will go through the details. But first, I would like to thank all the staff who have provided their input and expertise for developing the draft budget, and also our corporate service chairs for going through it several times. And I'll turn it over to Riva, who's done a great job of bringing this all together for you today.
Councillor Morrison.
Sorry if I may, Your Worship, and through you. I've been told by, speaking of the microphone issue in the streaming, I was told by two separate people that when we pull the microphones towards us, they can hear us.
Right.
And when we don't, they simply can't, and it's just silent. So,
Right, and I think, Julia, I was about to say the same thing. You're very soft-spoken, and you were far away from the mic. So now that Reba, thank you for that.
no problem.
I think you will be closer to the microphone, and you're a bit louder. So there we go. Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay, so when we look at the capital budget, I think it's really important to note that we're actually looking at two different aspects. So the first is the capital project plan, and the second is the capital contribution plan. So they're two very separate and distinct pieces and do not necessarily correlate to one another in any one given year. Over time, though, a correlation does exist. So future capital project costs, or replacement costs, as you'll hear me say a lot, are used to determine the total annual funding requirements, which is ultimately what we should be levying each year in order to ensure that we have the funds saved when the time comes to complete the projects. So this graph is actually showing how in any one given year, a higher capital spend or expense does not mean a proportionate increase in the capital contributions or the levy. So the capital levy is the blue line that you'll see on the screen, and the expenses are the red line. So the capital contributions, the blue line, shows that the contributions have been increasing on a relatively steady or consistent basis year over year. This is so that the taxpayer doesn't feel the effects of huge swings in capital spending in any given year. So we'll speak more about the contribution plan in a little bit. The capital expenses, or the red line, shows the actual costs from year to year. So most capital projects do not occur on an annual basis. So this part of the capital budget tends to have highs and lows rather than a gradual change from year to year. So at this point, the town is levying significantly less than the annual funding requirements just for our existing assets. So that means there's a funding gap, and you'll hear me say that a lot over the course of today. So we will get into this funding gap a little bit later. So this graph is showing a visual representation of the current funding gap and is based on replacement costs and useful lives used in the 2022 capital plans. So the largest funding gap relates to transportation, which includes not only roads and bridges, but guide rails, streetlights, storm sewer infrastructure, among many other things. Over the last several years for transportation, over the past few years, the contributions for transportation have been increasing steadily in order to increase our annual capital spending. This year will actually be the first year in which we're levying more than the current year spend. So this means that we'll be starting to save towards future transportation replacement. This is a really big and important step forward in our long-term financial planning because transportation includes the very big items like roads and bridges. So we should be saving going forward for things we need to replace down the road. No pun intended. So I'd like to reiterate that the capital projects in any given year do not necessarily drive what the contributions will be for that year, nor do the contributions dictate what the projects will be. So essentially what happens is we levy capital contributions each year that go into departmental capital reserves. This is basically like a savings account for our future spending. The capital projects are then funded through the capital reserves. So the capital levy doesn't specifically relate to the capital projects in that year. It's just what we're saving towards future replacements that will need to be replaced at some point in the future. So if we were to levy only the specific projects in any given year, then we're not saving anything to fund for the future projects. So a little bit about our asset management plan. So back in July of 2020, Council approved the town's Capital Asset Management Plan, or AMP for short, so you'll hear me say AMP a lot. There were many steps involved in completing this plan, one of which was actually compiling an inventory of all of the town's assets, so including components of buildings, equipment, land improvement, fleet, just to name a few. Staff, with the help of consultants in some cases, not only took an inventory of the assets, but also completed a condition assessment of those assets. So yet another step in that process was developing a risk framework for each type of those assets. So this is just an example of a risk framework. And these frameworks include metrics related to the probability of asset failure and the consequences if that asset were to fail. So this specific framework is related to bridges and includes the probability of failure metrics tied to the condition of the asset and the service level, the service life of that asset that's remaining. So how long is that asset gonna last? The consequence of failure metrics are tied to the replacement cost, so how much does it cost to replace? And the annual average daily traffic. So that's something that's developed using the Bridge Needs Study. Essentially, the risk level of the asset is determined based on all four of these values, which in many cases for these risk frameworks are not weighted equally. Generally speaking, the lower the values, the higher the risk. So each type of asset has a different risk framework, and these were developed by staff with the help of our asset management plan consultant. So all of this information, the inventory listings, including the conditions, risks, historical and replacement costs, anticipated replacement dates, all of that information are all kept in the town's asset database. So this information is exported and reviewed in detail by each departmental manager and their director every year. It's an annual process. The information reviewed by the departments include not only the risk rating of each individual asset, but the conditions, the replacement costs, and we get updated values of those costs every year. So although each line item is reviewed, an emphasis is put on ensuring that those riskier assets are dealt with first. The anticipated replacement dates were used to determine the projects over the next 5 years, and all the replacement costs were reviewed by staff to ensure the project cost estimates are as up to date as possible. So those projects specifically identified as needing replacement in 2023 have been included in this 2023 draft capital budget, or project plan. We'll go through the projects a little bit later in detail. So this whole thing is part of the first part of the capital budget, the project plan. So the second piece of the capital budget is the capital contribution plan. So each asset that's set for replacement at some point in the future has an estimated replacement cost associated with it. This, along with the estimated useful life of the asset, is used to determine the annual amount that we should be saving for that specific asset, for the replacement of that specific asset. This annual requirement identified in the AMP was based on our 2019 values as put forward in the 2020 AMP. And that annual requirement in our asset management plan was about $15.8 million. In 2022, the amount we actually levied for capital was just over 5.6 million. So 15.8 versus 5.6. So this means that if the replacement values were to have stayed the same since 2019, there would be an annual funding deficit between the annual requirements to maintain our existing infrastructure and what's actually being levied for capital. That funding gap is about $10 million. That's if the replacement cost stayed the same as 2019 values. I think it's clear, though, that replacement costs have changed since 2019, and in some cases changed pretty significantly. So staff have committed to providing an update to the AMP later on in 2023, which will take into account these updated replacement values, anticipated replacement dates, updated condition assessments, and reflect any other changes that have occurred since the last AMP was brought forward. So that will be brought forward later on in 2023. The financial strategies in the AMP recommended an annual increase to the capital levy in order to close that $10 million funding gap over a 20-year period, and that began in 2020. So for 2021, the funding gap for each department was calculated based on the difference between the annual capital levy for the department and the annual requirement from the information in our asset database. The difference was divided by 19 years, since 2020 had already elapsed. This was determined to be the optimal annual increase for that department back in 2021. So this exercise was done for each and every department. This approach has remained consistent both in 2022 and again in 2023 for our proposed capital contribution plan. So in the first graph that we saw in the presentation, we saw the steady increase in the blue capital contribution line. So that was a visual representation of this strategy at work, right? The gradual increases over time. The total recommended increase included in this 2023 draft capital budget is approximately $617,000, which will bring the total levy to just over $6.2 million. This means that there's still a substantial funding gap, but it will over time decrease. So this slide has been added from information in Schedule F attached to the draft capital budget report. It's been added to illustrate the estimated capital reserve balances over a 5-year period. So as you can see, even with the increase in capital contributions, it's not anticipated that the reserve balances will grow substantially by 2026. This is due to aging infrastructure and the estimated capital projects required over the next few years. We don't currently, as of today, have savings set aside specifically for each of the capital assets in the town's inventory. I think this is a really great illustration of the funding gap that we discussed, that, you know what, even with this gradual increase, our reserve balances are not ballooning, right? Okay, so now I'd like to go through each of the departmental capital project plans for 2023. So these are the specific projects in each department. Okay, so within fleet, the two largest projects, the ones for $102,000 and $374 at the very top there, are items that were approved by council in 2022 to be included in the 2023 capital budget. And this was because of lead times. So procurement has already occurred on these items. A portion of the tandem combo plow for the 374 is anticipated to be funded through development charges, while the remainder of the projects will be funded through the fleet capital reserve. The two service trucks listed for replacement at $56,000 apiece are for regular replacements of existing vehicles that are up for replacement based on our fleet capital plan. The fleet attachment is actually a new project. So this means that this is not the replacement of existing asset, like the trucks, but is something entirely new and not currently existing in our asset management plan. So the business case for this has been provided in Appendix D of the staff report. So essentially, it's the purchase of a dual auger spinner attachment for the tandem plow purchase. So it will essentially double the sand distribution width, which will eliminate the need for multiple passes back and forth through intersections, and provides for greater efficiency and increased safety for the public and our operators, and improves traffic flow. So these attachments are anticipated to be the standard going forward for the fleet department as we replace the plows. The cemetery fleet listed includes a $15,000 replacement of a flatbed trailer, and that's a replacement, and a backhoe, which is used regularly by cemeteries maintenance staff.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. The trailer, is that the one that went missing from the Public Works or from Parks? And was there any insurance claim on that we got back out of that?
I should have been looking over to my left.
Through you, Your Worship, we did investigate replacing it through insurance. It was the one from Hutchison Cemetery that was stolen. The actual deductible, thank you, was higher than the replacement cost of the trailer, so that's why we're including it in the capital.
Wow. Thank you. Okay, Reva?
All right, so on to Public Works and Roads. So all of these projects listed here were undertaken in 2022 and are to be completed in 2023. So there's some design work for reconstructions, some storm sewer modeling, and implementation of the sidewalk master plan. So these are already projects that have started and will be completed in 2023.
Julia?
So I just wanted to mention that as we go through here, as we bring up each department, if there are questions at that time,
Questions,
we're
that's
welcome
what
to
I would
take
thought.
them.
Yeah, I sort of guessed that when Deputy Mayor Armour jumped in. I thought, oh, okay, I guess after each section, I will ask if there are questions.
Perfect.
Perhaps not in the middle of it, though. Thank you.
Okay, so these are the 2023 road work projects. So we've summarized sort of the different types of road work that might be done, or that are planned to be done. So there's brushing, ditching, high float, gravel resurfacing, all of that stuff. I did want to mention that these projects are to be funded through a combination of the OCIF funding. We have gas tax in the thing, but it's the CCBF now, and the roads capital reserves. The reconstructions there for 1.8 million include Cora Street West, Minerva Street, and Yonge Street North. And a listing of the specific roads and the type of road work to be done on those roads is included in both Schedule B of the report, and the details of the specific projects are included in Schedule C of the staff report. So these are a listing of more the public works type of projects, not specifically roads, but things like sidewalks, bridges, streetlights, all of those, they're summarized below. So these are all to be funded through the roads capital reserves. The bridges project includes the Port Sydney Sidewalk Bridge that's near the beach, Old North Road and Williamsport Road. The streetlights project includes Dara Howell Way and the replacement of streetlights there. The guide rail project includes Williamsport Road and North Mary Lake Road. And the parking lot includes the annex parking lot, which was previously approved by council. So again, the specific details related to those projects are included in both Schedules B and C of the staff report.
Actually, at that point, that's a good point, to ask if there are any questions so far with respect to, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Director Ukifi. I'm curious about the North Mary Lake Road guardrails. Where exactly are they on North Mary Lake Road? I went out there for a drive and I couldn't find them, so I'm not really sure. Are they by Riverleigh subdivision? I can't tell with the snow right now, so it seems like.
Actually, I would have to, through Your Worship, I'd have to confirm that with our engineering tech, Brandon. He's just tied up over at the Public Works Yard at the moment. He is supposed to be here, so I will get you the answer shortly.
Thank you for that. I was actually going to ask that question too. Yes, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through to you, Reva. I have a question about the parking lots. You said that it had already been approved last year through council, and that parking lot in particular is the annex, which is next to the library. What exactly is being done with that? And I should know, but I don't know.
Through Your Your Worship. So it's a resurfacing and resloping of it. So for drainage purposes, it has to be sloped away from the building and into the existing drainage system for storm sewers, and a resurfacing, all in preparation, or I guess, all part of having the health hub or health clinic there. Yep.
Thank you for that. Good question. I have a quick question, and that is the replacement of streetlights on Dara Howell Way. And I can't remember what the rationale was for that. Is that to update, upgrade, whatever? Director
To
Yukufi?
Your Worship, there are several parts to that. The first part is safety issues. So those street lights are used as a power supply for a number of different events. That power supply has been over time damaged and isn't working properly, and the covers are missing, and there are a number of different issues related to that require some work. The ground infrastructure for the electrical needs to be upgraded and repaired. It's not all working, so some of that needs to be replaced. Again, more of a safety concern than anything else. Some of the street lighting there is not adequate and it's not working properly, so it is replacement of that. And then it's just kind of a final touch on matching the streetscape motif to make sure that the light poles all look very similar or the same.
Thank you for that. That was very helpful. Are there any? Yes, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you. Through you again. I'm just curious, what is an abandoned sidewalk?
Through you, Your Worship. An abandoned sidewalk is a sidewalk that is that's been identified through the assessment of the engineers. That's the engineering firm that we use to do the assessment on an annual basis of the sidewalks. And the sidewalks are in significantly poor shape or were never built up to the current municipal standards. And the cost of actually remediating them would require us to completely replace the sidewalk. And until we've actually sought council's permission to replace those sidewalks, we abandon them for legal purposes so that they don't fall under the minimum maintenance standards.
Follow up.
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship. So do we have sidewalks that replace these sidewalks? Like, is it all part of that sidewalk master plan? Like,
Through Your
Just
Worship,
sounds
it is
fun.
all part of the sidewalk master plan. Some of them will be replaced and some of them will be removed permanently. It depends on the location that they're in. So as we move to the new urban standard, typically we'll have sidewalks on one side of the road or on the other side, not on both. So if it is one of these sidewalks where there's a sidewalk on the other side of the road that's in better condition, we'll be leaving the one in better condition and abandoning the one on the opposite side and eventually removing it.
I'm so glad you asked that question, because part of me thinks if you're a member of the public and you see what we're spending our money on, they see that we're actually removing sidewalks. It might look contrary to the direction where we want to go, right? We're getting all sorts of requests for increased sidewalks. So that might be something just from a longer term objective that could go to the new Active Transportation Committee, just to look at strategy as to how that rolls out, where we're removing abandoned sidewalks, whether or not they will be replaced and when they might be replaced. So I think that would be a good thing to get out there.
Yeah, to Your Worship, we are bringing a report once we've done the sidewalk design so there's work underway right now by an engineering firm to do the sidewalk design, including connectors, where we would be strategically doing the connection points, where the sidewalks should flow. That work that is underway, and we would be presenting that to council for consideration and perhaps through the new committee.
Okay, that's perfect. I would recommend highly it go to that committee for sure. But thank you for that. And Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't know if this is the time to actually delve into some of the other projects that are through Public Works, or shall we wait till we get to those? We'll be going through each of the projects. Will we be going through each of the projects?
I think it's right now. You two
Yeah.
would like the questions right now.
So one of the questions I had through you, Your Worship, to Riva, on Cora Street, there's an estimated, excuse me, $525,000 to redo that street. How do we determine that number if, like, for example, Veterans Way, I think, was also estimated to be about $500,000, and it turned out to be about $1 million to do Veterans Way. So when we say that it may be Cora Street West, maybe 525,000, that's just an estimate, is it, or, like, we really don't know, do we? For any of these projects, or do we?
I'll turn that over to the director, please.
Through you, Your Worship, yes, it is only an estimate, and it is based on the experience for Veterans Way. So what we've done is we've taken the cost of Veterans Way, and there were 2 segments of roadway done on Veterans Way, so at 1.2 million, and then the fancy math was to have that, and then we added in an adjustment for the CPI, but not the CPI trim. It was the CPI that includes that specifically has construction materials within it. So what we did was took the experience with Veterans Way. Cora Street is 1 segment as opposed to 2 segments that Veterans Way was, so it's half the work. Added the CPI, and that's the basis of the estimate.
Thank you for that. Councillor Schumacher. Oh, Julia, yep, thank you.
Sorry, if I can just follow up with one more comment. When we do have the budget passed, then we would go out for RFP for these projects, and then we would know what the actual price would be, and that would be what comes out of the reserve. So we don't take any money out of the reserve unless we know what the actual spend is.
Or
Yes,
just to follow up, so conversely, would the money go back into reserves if we don't spend the $528,000? It goes back into reserves, correct?
That's correct, because we never take it out until we actually spend.
Okay, good.
Perfect. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Oh,
Oh,
I actually did
sorry.
have a question,
Oh,
but
okay, sorry.
I wanted to let Julia
Right.
speak. Yes, through you, Chair Alcock, to Director Ukivi, I think it is. Just more of I guess, a confirmation, because it probably took me 1 term to kind of figure this out. But, so something like brushing, 171,000 we've kind of put in there, ditching and culverts, 298. You have a list based on the Good Road study, and we try to get to as many of them as possible, but as things come up, it may or may not happen. Is that correct?
Through you, Your Worship, that is correct. So the roads needs study puts all of the roads in order of priority. We start at the top of that list, and based on our budget experience, we set the budget and we get to as many roads under that as we possibly can. There is a line that we show through there. So the roads highlighted in green are the ones that we're planning on getting to this year, depending on the price points.
Excellent. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Perfect lead into that. About the ditching, are we ditching and brushing ourselves, or are we actually contracting it out?
Through you, Your Worship, we do both. So for brushing, there's minor brushing work that our town staff will be completing. The large brushing work over long stretches is typically done by a contractor. Ditching work is done both by town staff as well as contractors using different equipment.
Follow-up?
So when we see a price in here, like for Morgan's $900, that would be a contractor's price to do that road?
Through Your Worship, typically that would be the contractor's price, yes.
Councillor Renwick.
Thank you.
No,
I-
this is all good. This is all excellent.
Thank you, Your Worship. I jumped right into Public Works. I'm sorry, I just really got into it. But my question is, and I think it relates to Councillor Clark. When Councillor Clark proposed the motion to do the paving on West Street South at our last meeting, that is not in the capital projects, as well as the one, the other one is Anthony Court. Apparently there's some sewage work or sewer work that's going to be done. And I did speak to Director Ukivi about this. But neither one of those 2 projects are listed in the capital budget at this time. Correct.
So I'm going to turn that one over, I guess, Director Ukivi, but I'll ask you too as well.
Through you, Your Worship. So the discussion about West Street is that we would put down gravel as part of our regular maintenance because of the wear and tear. We're going to be bringing a report back to council with options for council to consider related to resurfacing. So we don't actually know what we would be doing with that at this point. So that's why it's not, that part's not in the budget. As for Anthony Court, we're working with the district on coordinating projects. Anthony Court has been in kind of planning stages for 3 years now, 3 budget years in a row. And we're continuing to work with the district to make sure that we're coordinating the work because we also have storm sewer work to do when they do dig it up. So we time it at the same time.
Great. Do you have another question, Councillor Renwick? This is the time.
No, Your Worship, Your Worship, I think I'm okay right now.
Okay,
So
all
thank you.
right, perfect, all right. I may have a quick question, and I'm not sure if this is the right time or not, but if we had some items that we wanted to include with respect to the Medill Works Yard, would that be in Public Works or Facilities? Public Works? So we don't have anything in there, and I would ask Director Yukivi if there are projects that may or may not be identified in the near future with respect to that we should be considering in this capital budget.
To you, Your Worship. So the first and probably the highest priority is some kind of protection for the sand and salt at the Medill Yard. What that looks like, there are a number of different options that we could consider for that, but covering that sand and salt would help our crews far more safely and efficiently be able to use that sand. Right now it's uncovered, and what will happen is it gets soaked with water, rainwater, snow when it melts, and then it freezes, and then we're trying to break it apart and chip it apart to get it in the trucks. So that significantly slows our operation. There are a number of improvements to the physical facility itself that need to be completed for health and safety purposes that we would need to look at. An example that was recently identified would be a replacement of a staircase internal to the building that we have to make sure meets all codes and standards and doesn't provide a tripping hazard for staff using the building. And there are a number of other projects for storing equipment there, replacement of buildings that we would need to look at. For example, acquiring additional storage capacity through CCANs and replacing existing old worn ones. So those are really kind of the projects that we would be looking at in the near term.
Okay, thank you for that. So over to you, Julia, how we might deal with that to find out if council has an appetite to consider that as part of this process, and without the numbers before us, it's a bit difficult. So over to you as to recommendation.
So Director Yukivi and I have been talking about this and what would be required, and I think there's a bit of homework to do on the numbers and what are the priorities and what we have budget numbers for, that sort of thing already in our operating budget. So we could put it as part of the budget process, or we could bring it back as a separate report and have council consider it and have a lot more information on what's needed.
Okay, that's helpful. You mean post-budget, we bring it back as a separate report, and then there's a variance? Is that what? Okay, all right, good. Reva's nodded, isn't that great? Oh, my God. How, just sort of quick around the table, is that something to bring back a report post-budget? I'm seeing lots of heads nodding yes. So do we need a motion for that? Deputy Clerk? Yes, CAO Corey, you're saying yes? Okay, I think we need a motion. Do we need 5 minutes for that, or? That we add up the motions. Okay, so this will start the list of potential motions that we'll come back to at the end of the meeting. All right, that's great, thank you. Yes, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like us to consider that anything that's health and safety related, we have to perform anyway.
Right.
So let's stick to the stuff that is a want rather than a requirement. We were going to make this great big list of all the stuff, and there's some things that we absolutely have to do from a health and safety perspective.
Right, and I hear you. I don't, the reason why I raised it, though, is it wasn't actually identified in the budget at all, and I just wanted to be sure that we were, in fact, going to deal with it.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
I hear you, though. Okay. All right, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Moving on a little bit to parks here. Skateboard park.
But you know what? We haven't done the
Too early?
presentation. You're too
All right.
early. You're
I
like.
was trying to stay under
How many
operations.
coffees have you had this morning? There's a whole lot of enthusiasm over there, and it's fantastic, I will say. Yeah, CAO Corey, I'm losing control here, I'm losing control.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So just in response to the health and safety, if there is anything that is urgent, we just do it. And we'll report back to council and let you know that we had to do it. And, but so that Director Ukivi will make sure that anything immediate that needs to be addressed will be addressed, and then we can follow up with a report with the other items. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments, though, Councillor Fitzgerald. All right, I think we can move along to the next section. Thank you.
Okay, so on to cemeteries. And I am really loving the enthusiasm and the questions. This is fantastic. Okay, so in cemeteries, this first project here for $120,000, this is a new columbarium at the Hutchison Cemetery. So the business case for this project is included in Appendix D of the staff report. So the purchase is consistent with our 2008 multi-phased plan for the installation and completion of the cemetery columbariums throughout the town. So this is the town's largest cemetery, and as niches are sold each year, the availability of the unsold spaces decreases. So this purchase and installation of a new columbarium would increase capacity at the cemetery. The Medill Roads project is resurfacing of the gravel road at the Medill Cemetery. And all of these projects are to be funded through the cemetery's capital reserve.
Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Riva. So we do have enough reserve for 2 years, apparently, looking at the report, that we could hold off another year to have this columbarium purchased, correct? Like, we're not in dire need to have spaces right now. We have a little bit of leeway leading into the next, I believe we do. Yeah.
Director Ukivi?
To Your Worship, yes, we do have some time that we could push this off, probably another year in real terms, just given the timing required for ordering and all the rest of that right now in the supply chain. Having said that, it's becoming harder and harder to sell the remaining columbarium spaces. People don't want the bottom row anymore. So it's becoming more and more of a challenge to fill that to maximum capacity.
Okay. Yep, you're good. Okay. All right, moving right along.
Next up is Parks and Trails. So the Macaulay Robertson project, first on the list there, is listed, that's listed for $417,000. This is related to the replacement of the Diamond F lighting. So back in January of 2019, council removed that Diamond F lighting from the larger renovation project that was done at the park, with the understanding that that Diamond F lighting would be brought back for completion in 2022 or beyond, 2023. So this is bringing that project back. And there are some pictures provided in Schedule C of the staff report that show the lighting poles are leaning and there's holes in them. And so that's why that's being brought back this year. The Avery Launch Dock project is for concrete work that's required due to a large gap that needs to be filled and leveled. And that's, a health and safety thing and to avoid damage to property. The next project is the replacement of the park structure at the skateboard park. So the back wall is actually falling over, and an engineering assessment has advised that the structural issues be addressed. So that $80,000 is the replacement of the structure. The furniture and equipment replacement is for various benches, tables, chairs, etc., located throughout the town parks. So this is an estimate based on the useful lives of the assets and the conditions that were assessed by staff throughout 2022. It is a pooled project, so only those assets that actually need replacement will be replaced. If fewer replacement occurs than budgeted, then the money stays in the reserve fund. The Port Sydney Beach project is the replacement of the floater dock. So there are some health and safety concerns because there are nails coming out of the dock surface. There are currently no floaters on this section, or on the section attaching to the stairs, which poses a safety issue for staff when putting in the dock and taking it out every year. The refurbishment of the Port Sydney basketball court largely includes the replacement of the fencing around the court. So the fencing is currently 6 feet tall, and there are a large number of basketballs and other balls finding their ways onto Muskoka Road 10, which creates a safety issue. So the project includes replacing the 6-foot fencing with 12-foot fencing to help alleviate that problem. The replacement of the Utterson tennis courts is required due to extensive damage and cracking, which has caused a safety concern for the community. So the project includes the replacement as a multi-use court. The Vernon Shore Docks was a new dock that was installed in 2022. The slope to the landing, though, is too steep, which is a safety and an accessibility concern for users. So this project includes the addition of stairs and a landing to make the location safer for the public. The Meadow Park Playground is replacement of existing playground equipment and is being done as a result of a safety assessment of the park that was conducted in 2022. The landscaping costs project is actually the replacement of hanging baskets and half barrels on Main Street. So the plan is to replace these with planters that include reservoirs. So this will increase operational efficiency in that staff wouldn't need to water the plants as often. The Rivermill Park washroom is a new project that was previously approved by council, and it is to be funded through a large private donation. The site works can actually be funded through the Parkland Reserve rather than the Parks Capital Reserve as well for that $60,000. And the turf equipment project is the replacement of 2 lawn tractors that are used in parks operations daily throughout the spring and summer and are in very poor condition. They need replacement.
Okay, Councillor Stone.
Thank you very much. So if the Rivermill washrooms are being paid for by a benefactor, why is it here as an expenditure?
Reva.
Thank you, through you. So we are going to expend the cost, right? So there is an expenditure in here, but there's also a funding source. So there's $300,000 donation source and $60,000 from the Parkland Reserve. So we are going to pay out the money, and there is an expense to it. It's not funded through a reserve. It's funded through other means.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. The furniture and equipment that's being replaced, you said benches and things. What happened to the benches that were downtown prior to the streetscape? There were some nice heavy ones that were there that were still in good condition. Could we not use those for other places?
Okay, Director Yukipi.
Through your worship, the ones that are deemed to be in good and safe condition are currently stored over at the Medill Works Yard, and we're just determining where we could be placing those and what use we would have for those.
Okay, Councillor Renwick.
So-
I bet you have a follow-up with that
I
one.
do. If we have that equipment, then do we need to have $22,000 in that budget to replace for benches, if we have benches already?
That's a great question.
Through your worship, these would be benches that are used in kind of outer lying parks that in terms of the downtown, like Rivermill Park and along the downtown streetscape. We've got a very particular look and feel to the new benches and chairs, and these don't fall within that look and feel.
Follow-up.
So this particular line item is for equipment and furniture for downtown specifically?
No, I
No,
don't
this is
understand.
all over town, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, so if it's
So that goes back to your question.
right, it does, that the other equipment that was downtown could be used in other locations.
And Director?
I don't have an answer for that right off the top, your worship. I just, we would have to look and come up
It's-
with a plan for
It
that.
seems like a logical go-to, if you ask me. I think, especially if it's going to outer. Reva, I see that you want to jump in here.
Thank you,
All
Your
right.
Worship, through you. So this project is for the replacement of benches, chairs, tables, all of the above, waste baskets and all of that, like the big garbage bins and all of that throughout all of the parks and parkettes and locations throughout the town. Based on our asset listing, we actually have over $150,000 worth of those assets throughout the town. So this is just a small portion of that, and it's just in order to, if any of those other benches need replacing, then we have the funds in the budget in order to do that. I think, I'll have to confer with Director Ukivi on this, that if there is a use for those benches that are still in good condition, absolutely. But there are also a large number of other benches that are probably in very poor condition and that our parks team has gone out and done condition assessments on. So this is to replace those assets. So it's just a very small portion of what we actually own.
Okay, but it does sound like we will be looking at those benches, and where we can use them, we absolutely will, right? That makes sense. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, just to, I guess, my take on it. At $500 a piece for units, that's how much garbage cans and the commercial quality chairs cost. That's 44 units across 16 parks and 13 beaches and 4 trails and 22 docks and 6 playgrounds, 4 baseball diamonds, a skate park, frisbee golf.
Okay, I think you've made your
Yeah.
point.
So it seems to be a reasonable number.
I still liked it, though. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. And thank you for that, Councillor Fitzgerald. Very good update. And yes, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Back to the skateboard park. I remember, I believe it was last year we had something come through for the skateboard park. It had something to do with the fencing on it. So I'm just wondering, what part are we actually replacing this time around? Is it part of the same project?
Director.
Through you, Your Worship, that work was not completed last year, in this past budget year. That we patched up what was required in order to make the park safe, and we didn't fence off a portion, but we blocked off a portion of it that was deemed unsafe, and left that for this year's budget year for consideration. So this is the full fence replacement on the back portion towards the Quonset huts, as well as that back wall, which is structurally needs a lot of work and concrete work.
Thank you for that. Deputy Mayor Armour, a follow-up or?
No, that was great. Thanks very
Okay.
much. Next on my list is the tennis courts in Utterson. Maybe we can get an update on the user of those tennis courts, and there's a lot of money going into that. We're just cleaning it up, removing trees, et cetera. What's actually being done?
Director Ukivi.
Through Your Worship, don't have actual numbers or even user groups assigned to those tennis courts. The anecdotal reports are that people are using them pretty much every day through the summer months. There are people out there playing tennis all of the time, and it's one of the few sets of tennis courts where, or no, it's not few, sorry, we've only got 1 or 2 where people are actually scheduled, or user groups are scheduled time, but this is unblocked time that people could use. With the upgrades to it, we could also look at entering into agreements with different user groups like the tennis groups to have time set aside for use of those courts.
And I think Councillor Schumacher wants to jump in on this one.
Yes, I would. Yeah, for sure. And we are looking at creating an opportunity then for pickleball as well, right? So it's a resurfacing, and right now it is just tennis. So my thought is we are doing, and I mean, there's trees growing up through the current inside the tennis court. So we've had those removed, but it's in due course.
I think that was the picture where there's a big crack somewhere in there, and that is going to be a multi-use court, right? Okay, Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Director Ukivi. The Macaulay Robertson, I know we're doing some much-needed changes to Diamond F. I do know at one point there was talk about warning tracks there. I know that's a safety concern, and I think at one point even some, and I don't know if it's the Baseball Association take care of it, but there was mounds for the bullpen, pitcher's mounds for the bullpen. Do you know where that's at? If that was part of a stage 2, I think, with the warning tracks?
Through you, Your Worship, so the warning tracks and the pitching mounts, they were kind of two separate. So in the original discussions with council related to the lighting, warning tracks, number of different improvements to Diamond F, the lighting was left out and the warning tracks were left out as projects not to be done at that time. The pitching mounds, we continue our discussions with the baseball user groups, particularly with the Hornets user group. We meet with them regularly, and at least on an annual basis, they come to us with a wish list of items for improvement, and it is on that list right now for our consideration as we're having those discussions. We would bring that forward, the pitching kind of bullpens, we would bring that forward in next budget year as a capital project. The warning tracks, we haven't looked at largely because of the intensive maintenance required for that. Basically, we would have to have people out there picking weeds every single day of the summer just to maintain the warning tracks, which is why we it's just far easier to mow up to the fence line than it is to maintain those warning tracks.
Thank you for that, and thank you, everybody, for great questions all the way around. And Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Just one quick one about the basketball courts in Utterson, or Port Sydney. Are we just going to add 6 feet to that, or are we just ripping the 6 feet out and put a full 12-foot in?
Through you, Your Worship, it would be ripping out and putting in a 12-foot fencing. So we're at a point right now where there's been damage over time to that fence, and we're patching it up to the extent that we can. But eventually, you can only patch it and repair it so many times before sections of the fencing need to be replaced. There are enough sections now that we would like to replace the whole thing, so it would be tearing out, resetting the posts, and building it up to that 12-foot height.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship. There's also been some safety concerns about the height of the fence and balls and equipment going over the fence, and there's been a few close calls. So I think this is a great move for the community from a safety point of view.
Great. Okay. Okay, let's move on. Thank you.
All right, moving on to fire. So the fire department capital projects for 2023 include the replacement of existing emergency operations tools and equipment of about $77,000. So this includes things like saws, generators, hydraulic extrication equipment, pumps and rope, among many other things. The rescue truck is due for replacement with over 260,000 kilometers on the engine. The existing vehicle doesn't have enough seating for the crew and is not designed for off-road incidents. So the replacement will be for a vehicle capable of responding to off-road incidents and having compartments specifically designed for fire equipment. The clothing and safety project is for the firefighters' bunker gear, which includes helmets, boots, gloves, all of that. So this has been increased from prior years because there's currently only one suit for each member, which means that if they need to go to another call, they might be doing so in a wetsuit, which is less than ideal conditions for our firefighters. So ideally, there would be a stock of surplus suits to ensure that the firefighters have adequate gear for each and every incident that they're going to. So the radio pagers is the annual cost of leasing that equipment. It's fairly consistent from year to year. There aren't many big swings in that project. So the next project is the purchase of a new asset for air exchangers and extractors. So the business case has been provided in Appendix D of the staff report. So essentially, these filter the air in the station bays to remove carcinogens from the stations and the gear so that the air quality is substantially improved for the firefighters. This cost includes the purchase and installation of the extractors at both the Huntsville and Port Sydney locations. The hot water heater is a carry-forward project from 2022. It was approved last year in the budget. The heater lasted another year. However, it will more likely than not require replacing in 2023, which is why it's been carried forward. The emergency response vehicle is actually the replacement of administrative vehicle, currently a Dodge Ram 1500, and it'll be the replacement with a heavy-duty crew cab vehicle that is outfitted with an emergency response package, so lights and all of that. So it is expected that rather than administrative vehicles, emergency response vehicles will become the standard for the fire department going forward. And the last but not least is the hose replacement. So this is, so all hoses actually have to pass annual pressure testing. So any failing hoses need to be replaced. So this is a pooled project, and it includes an estimate of hoses that might need replacement in 2023. So if fewer hose lengths require replacement, the funds stay in the Fire Capital Reserve. And that's all of the fire projects.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. I'm curious about the emergency response vehicle. $90,000 really doesn't seem like a lot of money to be able to replace that. So I'm curious, are we using the Dodge 1500 we have now as a trade-in on it? Or are we going to just assume that into our fleet and then come up with the extra funds? Because that doesn't seem like a lot of money to me to cover something like that.
Shall I turn this over to the chief? Or did you want to, sorry, Director Yukibi, either one. Since the chief was with us, I thought perhaps I could call him. And as an aside, I attended a fire event unexpectedly on Sunday evening, and it's unbelievable. I felt so fortunate that we have an incredible crew, and there were many crews, 3 different stations at this one event, and I watched our chief in action as he was coming out of the building suited up with all of the different masks, and
Perfect
he looked
timing,
like
eh?
he was on it. Oh my God. Anyway, thank you for all of the work that you guys do,
Thank you. Yep.
guys and girls. Now, you're here to answer a question. Sorry, I digress.
Okay, so through you, Madam Mayor, the 90,000 for the first response truck is basically a crew cab, extended 2500 series, but it's not outfitted with any special box. The rescue that you saw for 225 was designed for, is going to be outfitted for carrying equipment and rescue equipment. This is just strictly a vehicle that would carry crew plus carry some equipment. So a lot of our calls are now, in the bush and in hard to get reach spots. So
Thank you for that. And Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thanks for that. But it will be outfitted with the emergency lights, et cetera, like that. So I'm just curious, if the truck's going to cost 90 grand, I just don't think you can get it for $90,000, that type of truck with lights on it. So I just wonder if there's enough money there. So.
well, through you, Madam Mayor, when we put that together, yeah, with the way pricing is going right now, we felt at the time that 90,000, and I believe we're going to be close. We will be good.
Okay, good. Julia?
Just to answer the other question, we don't generally budget for the trade-in values. So when we do trade in the value of a piece of equipment, it's in our policy that it goes back into that reserve. So if we do sell that truck, it would go back into the fire reserve.
Thank you for that. Any other questions with respect to that? Okay, let's move on, and thank you for joining us.
Okay, now we're moving on to community services, and first up is Muskoka Heritage Place. So MHP has prioritized the projects requiring replacement or refurbishment in 2023. So these projects include the replacement of the Spence Inn porch. So there is visible rot and decaying of the wood, which is a safety risk for our volunteer and visitors. So that's been set for replacement in 2023. The next is the rebuild of the sawmill. So this structure actually collapsed in 2013, and it's a hazard to staff, volunteer, and visitors. The project would include demolition, rebuild, and the creation of a barrier from visitors accessing that part of the site. The rail equipment rolling project is the refurbishment of the boiler for locomotive 1. So this project has been on the capital plan for quite some time and will only move forward if a grant is secured. Most grants will not be successful. However, if the project is not on a capital plan, which is why it's here. The new train station roof project includes the purchase and installation of new snow guards. So the business case for this has been provided in Appendix D to the staff report. This will help eliminate falling snow and ice off of the metal roof on the train station. So the museum ceiling project has been carried forward from 2022. So last year, the project was budgeted for $5,000. Once staff were able to have a contractor come in and provide an estimate, though, the scope of work is quite a bit more extensive than the originally anticipated. And it does include the replacement of some electrical work and fixtures. So the costing is based on recent estimates. Purser's Cabin requires some reshingling. So this project would also include the installation of a tin sheet around the base of the roof to deter vandals. The next project is the restoration of the Sugar Shack. This would include a foundation rebuild, replacement of the siding, and securing of the roof, as well as the restoration of the SAP boiler platform. And last but certainly not least is the restoration of the open air structure that surrounds the sawmill steam engine. It's not structurally sound, and the roof does not provide adequate cover for the engine at this point. So,
Okay. Yes, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Riva. So it appears to me that we haven't really given a lot of money back to, or done a lot of projects for Muskoka Heritage Place over the few years. And in particular, when you look at the Sugar Shack, it's completely in disarray. And I'm happy to hear that we are going to be doing more with Muskoka Heritage Place, given the amount of use that we've had with the Eclipse Walk and the potential for other events to happen there. My question was, and I did speak to Director Babineau about this yesterday, about something like the Sugar Shack. We don't use the Sugar Shack during it's not open during that time of the year. So we're putting money into something that isn't open during the Sugar Shack season. Like Muskoka Heritage Place isn't open at that time, is it? Or maybe Director Babineau can. Yeah.
Director Babineau.
Yeah. There are no maples there, right?
Director Babineau. Sorry.
Through you, Your Worship. So that is true. So we don't have a Sugar Shack. It is part of what a village should have as a living museum. We aren't able to provide that education and awareness for our visitors. It is part of our history. To be able to have this building back refurbished, up and running, to put our display items in it, and perhaps even use it in some way, but we don't have a lot of maple trees on site, so it's not going to become a big money maker of maple syrup or one of the competitors out there in our neighborhood for syrup making. It's more about education, and we can do it all year long. We can provide that education and awareness to anyone that visits the site at any time through the year. So it would just be one of those additional buildings in our living museum on site.
Thank you for that. Councillor Renwick, do you have a follow-up? Or?
Well, I guess my question would be through you to you, Director Babineau. The hours of operation for the Muskoka Heritage Place, right now it's open during the wintertime, but the operational season, do we operate it during sort of May, June, I guess? What are the hours of operation?
Right. No, that's okay. Director.
Through you, Madam Mayor. We are open from later spring to Thanksgiving weekend. And then we also offer those education opportunities for homeschooling groups, other school groups that might come through that book. And if we're able to accommodate them at any time of the year, we always will. But certainly the museum is open all year long, and the village is really from about our Easter break, depending on when our Easter event is, right through till October. Okay. And then we do the switch around to Eclipse.
Okay. Councillor Schumacher.
Through you, Chair Alcock, to either Director Babineau. But if we do have this refurbished and some great looking stuff there, I mean, the Maple Trail is what, the last weekend in April? We could do a tie-in to what goes on downtown and bring people to Muskoka Heritage Place that last weekend in April, correct?
That sounds like a fantastic idea. Director Babineau.
Through you again. Yes, exactly. And that would be that opportunity to educate, build awareness, and those ties to our community groups. So having a new refurbished Sugar Shack in our village helps support those events, helps support those partners that are doing that, and that education piece, and will always make those opportunities to tie back for certainly.
Expand and market opportunity like they have done with
Absolutely.
Eclipse.
Yep, absolutely. Great. Good, thank you both. Okay, Deputy Mayor Armour? Oh, sorry, Julia.
I just wanted to add one point. We don't have one-time grants, as Riva had said in here, budgeted, but we are continually looking for one-time grants that will support these. And there's actually a RED grant that's upcoming for infrastructure, and we're actually looking at submitting a grant application for these projects at Muskoka Heritage Place because it ties in really nicely. So we hope to come back and say that we were successful with that grant very soon.
That's really cool, thank you for that. And Deputy Mayor Armour, before we move on.
Thank you, Worship. We're all on the same page, because that was my question. I was going to ask whether we were applying for any grants for this. And it's nice to see we're finally investing some money into MHP, because it's been a long time, since 2013, since that one's been collapsed. So it's good to see us doing this.
Yep, agreed. Okay, we can move along to facilities.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Moving on to facilities. So these projects here are specifically for the Civic Center. So the first project on the list is the replacement of the council chambers chairs. So this includes not only all of council seating, but staff and gallery seating as well, and is based on a very recent quote. It was actually originally in the capital plan in 2020, but because meetings were on hold, or were held remotely throughout 2020, the replacement didn't happen because it didn't need to. The next project, the building exterior, includes two components. There's the replacement of the concrete window sills that are falling apart, and there was a picture in the package of those sills. The next piece is the replacement of a few of crumbling bricks on the walls, and a wall coating to protect those bricks and extend the life of the facing. It does not include the front step project. That's a separate project. The next item is the purchase of a new standalone generator for Town Hall. This does not currently exist, so it is a new asset. And the business case has been provided in Appendix D to the staff report. There's currently no permanent solution for power outages at Town Hall. The fire department, along with our operations team, has to bring over a portable diesel generator, which actually only powers half of Town Hall, and only for a relatively short period of time in a power outage. So Partners Hall is the emergency operations center, which is required to have consistent power for communications and operations in the event of a disaster or an emergency. So through the disaster mitigation stream, we can actually fund this project through the CCBF, or what used to be called the gas tax funds. The last project on the list is the Civic Center Front Steps project, and this has been carried forward from 2022 and includes a like-for-like replacement of the existing brick. So that's Civic Center.
Oh, okay, Councillor Renwick first.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to go back to the furniture. So it's $18,000 to replace, I guess, these chairs, those chairs, and the chairs back there. We don't have a lot of people sitting in those seats over there, so we can ask the audience what they feel about it. But I guess my question is, in the line item for 2024, it has $15,000 as well. So could you tell me what that's for? Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. So the 2024 $15,000 is actually the replacement of the carpet. So all of the carpet in here. And that was initially, due to condition of the asset and everything, it was set for replacement in 2023. But we have pushed it off because we're not sure 100% what's happening. So,
Right.
So we have pushed that one off.
All right. Thank you. That's fine.
Okay, I'm going to Councillor Cluche.
Through you, Your Worship, thank you. I see we have for the new generator here. What about the generator down at Medill Church Yard? what's the status of it? Apparently it wasn't working, and does it need replacing or just repaired?
Director Yukipi?
Through your worship, the generator at Medill is actually the one that we move over to Town Hall for emergency purposes. There is wiring work that needs to be done at Medill that we haven't undertaken at this point yet. That would be a separate project to wire that into Medill. But we do have that generator that we would have to use there if the Town Hall one were replaced.
Okay. And another thing,
Yep,
sorry.
no worries.
I don't see anything in there, like currently we have office staff working downstairs in Club 55, the old one. Is there anything in there to upgrade if those people have to stay there for a certain amount of time?
You mean the current public works staff that are working downstairs?
so
So
like-
anything to upgrade the
Yeah, like,
downstairs?
do
or-
we, if we're gonna use that as a location for additional staff or future staff, or in emergency basis like we have to right now, because of the water problem, like, do we need any more facilities down there to accommodate them comfortably and under the Health and Safety Act?
So I might turn to CAO Corey for this, but before we start, I think that's a fantastic question, but it opens up a whole other discussion. And so, and it's a very good one. So I'll turn it over to CAO Corey, who will wrap it up very nicely as to the response.
I hope to. Thank you, Madam Chair. So this definitely brings up a bigger issue. So for those of you who may recall, on previous council, there was a lengthy discussion with respect to the Town Hall Working Group presenting a report to council about the needs within specifically the town office. And in that report, it identified some deficiencies with respect to infrastructure, as well as the need for additional space, potentially relocating the council chamber. The previous council did not determine that they wanted to move forward with the project of the big renovations. They did give some direction for air quality testing and then some renovations on the front steps. So that the fact that we have that direction from the previous council, it is in our capital plan, triggers a bigger question on does this council wish to proceed with potentially spending $300,000 on the front steps? Or, this is the loaded question, or does council wish for us to pause because it really does expand on a bigger issue with respect to the need for staffing, space, and so I'm not sure if I summarized that.
You did
well enough,
nicely, but I'm
going
going to
pass it
steal
over
it
to you.
back from you, if I may, because Councillor Cloutier, your question led to this last item, which is the proposed $296,000 towards the front steps brickwork, which I would have raised to say it would be my inclination that we defer this item once again, but we as council need to give staff direction as to what we would like to do with respect to the larger report that CAO Corey talked about, which is the use of the space in the old Club 55, how it might tie into other initiatives that we did talk about in the last term. But there were also competing demands for additional office space that you made reference to, meeting space, both for staff and council, as well as community meeting space. So and what we do with this particular chamber. So there are so many pieces of the puzzle, and it would be my hope that this council would consider looking at this whole project once more, because we also have other considerations around AODA requirements by 2025. And while we're meeting them here in the council chambers, it's less than ideal. So we have some larger questions, and I would propose that we defer, well, perhaps I'll see if there's anybody else who, Councillor Stone followed by Councillor Fitzgerald, sorry. Oh, I'm getting the look.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, I'd be happy to defer that last item of 296, because I don't even remember voting about doing like for like on the front steps. It was always defer the project until we decide on what we're going to do with the front steps and potentially what we're going to do with Club 55. So, yes, I will move that for sure.
Thank you for that, and I believe that will be another, we'll add to the list. Okay, okay. Yes, CEO, and we'll go right back to you, Councillor Fitzgerald. I'm
Just let me
most
write down my
definitely.
thoughts here.
Okay, okay. Would you like to go before CAO Corey? She's graciously offered her slot. Okay, all right, CAO Corey.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So again, the resolution or motion to put forward to defer this project at this time, and we'll leave it up to the clerks. But I do think, because there are a lot of issues hinging on that report, if committee is willing to have that report come back in its previous state, and I may need to defer to the Director of Legislative Services to see if that's something that would be feasible. But I think for this committee to make a decision on how we're proceeding with the stairs and to answer your question about staffing and location, I think it probably would be wise to bring that report back for further discussion.
So as I hear it, the motion is first to defer this particular item 151-25 and to direct staff to bring back the report for whatever it was called before, from Town Hall Working Group. Is that, and Director of Legislative Services could I ask for your thoughts on that, please?
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. So I'm happy to bring back that report again for information. The previous council did make a decision on it, which was, as CAO Corey noted, to procure an energy audit. I believe that the facilities manager has been working with the company on that audit. That would help give council more information to make that decision, because there was more than just that. I believe there was an accessibility audit done recently as well, which would also be more information to help you make that decision. So I can certainly check. I don't know if Director Babineau has more than I know on those timelines, but I'm more than happy to bring something either back next month or wait until those two pieces are and bring it all together, whatever your call is.
I think it would be great to wait until those other pieces and bring it all back, and so that it'll be really informative for sure. Director Babineau, did you, I'm seeing this, did you want to add to that? Okay.
Through you,
Please.
Mayor Alcock. We are in the process of doing the energy audit. We have done the accessibility audit and need that report to come back to the Accessibility Committee and back to General Committee in regards to, but still looking for direction on how we're going to use the spaces in order to provide that information to be supportive in whatever direction that we go. And for the stairs are on track to start in the spring. So if that is not if that's a project that we need to delay, then we need a motion to do that, because we do have a motion on, I believe, to do that work. However, in timing and dealing with our contractor, and I'm going to look at Greg here to say I'm saying the right things, they have to begin this work in the spring. So if that does not happen and that's still the direction that we want to go, it could put us another year, which is fine, but we need the full spring and the summer to be able to have that work here.
Okay,
yeah.
that's helpful, and it actually makes this discussion more imperative as to direction.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. So, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship, but I'd like to second Councillor Stone's motion. I think we kind of sidelined this because we didn't feel council could get this done before we formed a new council. So I'm going to suggest that we get the new working group up as soon as possible and get this moving forward, because I couldn't imagine spending a penny on those stairs like for like. And there's so many other things that we need to address that's been discussed. So, yeah.
Thank you for that. And our deputy clerk would like to provide a comment at this point with respect to the working group. So, over to you, Crystal.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. I just wanted to touch on the working group. So the working group no longer exists, so it ceased to exist. I would recommend at this point that it actually come to this table. So the working group was struck back in 2016, I believe, and I'd have to go back and look. It did span 2 terms of council. It had existed previously, a report came forward, then it was struck again, report came forward. So I would say at this point, my recommendation to council is for it to come to this table, as staff have exhausted most options available. So I think at this point, it would be to come to this table with all of the information that has come forward via those groups.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Fitzgerald, follow up?
I couldn't agree more.
Yep.
It seems to me that we were eliminating a step in processing what we want to happen, how we want it to happen, and when we want it to happen, if we come directly to this committee. So
That's certainly the way my preference would
I
be.
appreciate the expediency it may create.
Perfect. That's great. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. I just wanted to make a quick comment. At Christmas time, I was provided with copies of that working group that was done, and it's quite a big binder. So if anybody was interested in that, I'm sure the clerk's department could provide that.
I'm sure they will. That's terrific. So it seems to me that contained within this motion, there's the reference to deferring this particular item, delaying the work that is currently on track to start in the spring, and 3, bringing back the report for full council consideration. And I think that's what I'm hearing. I'm seeing nods. Okay, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just in fairness to the contractor that you've been in discussions with, I don't think that, in my mind, that particular project, replacing the stairs, will never happen. It will be a bigger project.
Right, but nevertheless, we still need to direct staff if it's on the books to start, so. And CAO Corey, you'd like to add?
Thank you, Worship. So it's the motion that's just been sent to me by the clerk, which confirms the direction that was given was with respect to the steps. It was actually just to report back on the cost to repair the front steps. So we're reporting back on the cost through the budget process. It's roughly estimated, and unless the clerk has found any further correspondence. So I don't think there's any need in this resolution to say not proceed with the steps, because direction technically wasn't given to proceed. It was to report back on the costs, which we've done through the budget. So if committee removes the costs, then the stairs don't proceed.
So, but my understanding from what Director Babineau just told us, it is slated to proceed.
If I may, Your Worship, it's just, it has been scheduled, but pending budget approval.
Oh,
So
okay,
if budget's
okay.
not
So that
approved, we call up
pending
the-
budget
yes.
approval wasn't part of that, but that's
Sorry.
okay. No, that's all good. So, can I just ask the Deputy Clerk if you have enough direction, given all of what you've just heard, and before I turn it to Deputy Armour, Deputy Mayor Armour. Deputy, I kind of like the sound of that. That's good. Deputy Clerk.
Thank you. Once the discussion on this item has concluded, could I ask for a 5-minute recess?
You may.
Thank you.
May. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a few comments. You know, I hate to see this project be delayed again, because I think it originally was part of Streetscape.
It was.
And Streetscape's been done now, and then we decided to push it off again, and now we're pushing it off again, so.
And I don't think we're pushing it
I just hope
off,
we can get
though.
something this year done up, those steps, even if it happens in the fall.
I don't see this as pushing it off. I see this as actually bringing it forward. It's getting confirmation around the table saying, you can't deal with the steps in isolation of the larger project. And so to me, I think it's really important that we bring the larger project forward. It's because of all of the reasons we identified, the competing interests and all of that stuff. So CAO Corey.
Thank you, Worship. So just to confirm, it was hoped that we could do the project at the same time with Streetscape, but unfortunately you can't have 2 contractors working in the same area at the same time. So we couldn't do it at the same time. And we did actually do some work last year on the front steps. So we call it putting lipstick on a pig, but it really did improve the look and the safety of the steps. for a minimal cost. And so the major repairs, unless Director Babineau looks at me and says that I'm totally off the line here.
She's not doing that.
The
just-
delay of a year would not be an issue.
Okay. All right, and you don't need the 5 minutes now, or would you like the? Deputy Clerk? Okay, and we're not doing our motions until the end, so we're going back. I think we've exhausted this one, and let's move on to, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you. Just before we move on, the generator, I think, is a great idea. We do need that generator. I'm just curious where we're going to place it, because we're really strapped for property
That's a
right
good
here.
point.
Does
Director,
anybody
Chief is coming back. Is he coming? I'm not sure why you went back all the way up there, but now you're having to come back again. Here we go.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if we get approval, we would go out and get what they call an environmental study from a reputable supplier, and they would have to come up with a certain study that would, because we're in a residential area, you would have to have sound pollution. So I wouldn't even want to wager a guess right now where it would go, but there's a reason why we'd go out for a study. So.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. Just about the generator as well, just to make sure that we're looking into all possible options. I think a lot of times those generators are diesel, but we should also be looking at maybe natural gas, if that's an option for a generator like that as well. Thank you.
Any comments? Nope.
So through you, Madam Mayor, the generators are diesel, they are natural gas, and they are propane. So and obviously it would make sense to go through natural gas if we're in town.
Thank you, and thank you. And Councillor Fitzgerald, and maybe then we can move on, but that's okay.
Thank you, Worship. I'm just wondering if we should consider that study to be done as soon as possible, and in the possibility that it may go on the roof and do it in conjunction with the roof replacement. Just saying that we should be aware that may be a possibility.
Okay. Right, that's a good point, actually, yeah. Okay. Everyone, so noted, so noted. Okay, Councillor Renwick, you have a look.
I have
as
a
if-
look, yeah,
Yep.
thank you, Your Worship. I always have a look. How big is this generator, and could it sit on the roof? Is that what we're actually considering? Okay.
Possibly.
Possibly.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I was just talking with the director. Obviously, this is a building question, but they do have units that will sit on the roof, but it's obviously a structural issue. Township of Lake of Bays has one at the township office, and there's one at the arena. I'm guessing the size, they're about 8 feet tall by, maybe by 12 feet in length, but they are large.
Yep.
But I can't say for sure about the structural, if the town hall could hold it.
Councillor Cluche.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through my experience, they run anywhere from 6,000 to 8,000 pounds. So it's a significant structure to.
Okay, and Councillor Clark? I think we're getting a sense the generator's staying in here, that's for sure. If the discussion, we're kind of veering off, we'll go right back to you, but it does sound like there's a lot of support for the generator, just for the benefit of, okay. Yes, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. Just if anybody wanted to get an idea of the size of that particular generator we're likely looking at, the Royal LePage building, the Huntridge building down by Walmart, they've got the same sort of generator system, and it's quite large. You could drive by it and actually see what it looks like and the size of it, just to put it into perspective.
That's a great suggestion. Thank you for that. Okay, with that, let's move along.
Okay, we're still keeping with facilities now, but moving on to the Summit Center. So this first project up here, the furniture and equipment replacement, includes the replacement of some of the banquet tables and chairs. And it's based on the latest condition assessment of the asset. So if they don't actually end up needing replaced, the funds simply stay in the facilities capital reserve. So this is just a portion of the banquet tables and chairs that we own, not all of them, and that's why you'll see it recurring every couple of years. The ice edger machine is in need of a replacement just based on the age and condition of the asset, and that's the $6,000 project. So the next project is consulting costs related to the hot tub at the Centennial Pool. So it's not currently AODA compliant and will need to be made compliant by 2025 or decommissioned. That would be a service level change though. So this consulting project will seek to provide council with options, including designs, to bring the hot tub into compliance by that deadline, by 2025. So if the consultant determines that there are no possible options for compliance, then no design work would be completed, and therefore the consulting costs would be substantially lower than the $10,000. So this project cannot be done by a general contractor or internally by staff because we require commercial engineering and AODA compliant designs. So the next project on the list is the replacement of a portion of the upper flat roof at the Summit Center, and that's just due to water penetration. The replacement of an upgrade to components of the pool area elevator is next. So this is necessary because the unit was actually installed back in 1985. So several components are obsolete and not able to be replaced in the future, so we can't get parts if those were to fail in the future. The next project, and the last one on the list here, is the kitchen appliance replacement, and these are at the Active Living Center. It includes 2 items. So there's the commercial grade dishwasher for $10,000, and the commercial gas range for $16,400. So you'll see some ranges throughout here in the various community halls as well. So the range still is in good condition, but there have been significant operational inefficiencies and costs related to the replacement of pilot lights and burners in those units. So the existing range can be sold as is, and the proceeds would go back into the facilities capital reserve. We haven't specifically put that in the budget because we don't know how much we could sell it for at this point. So there are 3 other gas ranges at each of the 3 community halls, and they're also set for replacement in 2023. So we'll see that in the other facility capital plans.
Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Riva and collectively Director Babineau. The $10,000 for the consultant, we did have discussions at the committee level, and you guys know my thoughts on it, but I'd like to put a motion that we defer that, either defer it or eliminate it until we decide whether we want the hot tub there or not. Spending $10,000 on a consultant to talk about AODA compliance when we might not be keeping it, I think doesn't seem right at the moment. And then if we do decide to go forward with a new hot tub or to make it AODA compliant, can we not try to hire a contractor that is certified in AODA compliance as opposed to being a consultant before we hire the contractor?
Okay, lots to that, and Director Babineau, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will try to remember to address all of the questions there. So the $10,000 is the amount, maybe the maximum amount that we would go out for a consultant to provide this information for us. This is a very specific area of knowledge that we need. And this consultant would come back and provide us the options, the engineering, the costs, and oversee the RFP that goes out, as well as the work being completed for whatever option you go with. So either way, we're bringing a report that says, here are your options with the costs and the engineering that's required. We need that expertise of that consultant to be able to help us write the RFP in whatever option that you help us choose and direction that you send us. If in fact that you decide, I mean, we can not have the contractor come in if you decide not to do the hot tub. and remove it from our level of service. However, if we do want to look at our options, then we do need the consultant to help us do that, write the RFP, and complete the project. If there is no need for, if that consultant comes back and says there are no options, we need to decommission it, then we would seek a contractor to be able to help us do that and just pay for our services rendered, which wouldn't be the full $10,000 in consulting, because it wouldn't have the engineering and wouldn't have the design. I'm not sure if I missed a question.
Follow-up, Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Yes, Director Babineau, that's a great answer. It addresses all of my concerns, but I'm wondering if we're not sure yet if we want the hot tub, does it make sense to have a consultant to consult on a hot tub we may not want?
I think that absolutely valid. I know we had that discussion as well, and so I think, I'm not sure this is the exact approach, but perhaps we could defer this item until we have a larger discussion around that, around this. Just to your point, if the consultant, we have to spend $10,000, and it may not be, but if the consultant comes back and says, we don't have an option, it's not a go, that's not a great feeling. We've just spent $10,000 to hear that. Or if it comes back $10,000 later and it's going to cost $200,000 to upgrade it, or whatever the cost, I throw that out, then you're right, it is a council decision. Is that the type of expenditure we really want for that particular service? So lots of questions, and Julia has her hand up, so maybe she has an answer as to how we should proceed.
I don't know if I have an answer or if it's more clarification. So if we defer this matter, my understanding is that we do have to spend some money to get more information to council. I don't, if we just defer it, we need further direction on how council wishes us to proceed.
I see that Councillor Morrison has his hand up. Maybe he has the answer. Wouldn't that be great?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I think the direction should be to defer the spend on the consultant and bring back some information, or whoever makes the decision, bring back information on whether or not we're going to proceed with having a hot tub in that facility at all. And if we decide that we're going to have a hot tub, if there's a consultant that is certified to give AODA compliance advice, would there not be a contractor that would be the installer of said unit that would also have the engineering background, the AODA background? Like, I don't think you'd be allowed to install a new AODA compliant hot tub in a facility like ours unless you had that certification.
Right.
So that might take the consultant right out of the game altogether, and it would be part of the RFP process that they have to be certified in that. So the direction, to keep it simple, would be defer the $10,000 spend and come back with a report or some research on other options to move forward.
And is that enough direction, Director Babineau? We're deferring it. We're bringing back the item to council for consideration. But I will go back to, we're asking staff to bring back information that they may not be qualified to bring back.
Your Worship, sorry, as a follow-up, not that they wouldn't be qualified, I think would be a direction that staff brings back information from qualified professionals on what the other options would be. Like, do research on, are there contractors that install these types of units that could, if they were to do the install, can we avoid the consultant altogether, is what I'm trying to look into.
Okay, you know what? I think that right now we're getting into we're trying to resolve a lot of, not minutia, but it's quite detailed. And
Yeah.
I think if I can look around the table, is there general agreement to defer this item? We can figure out the direction, perhaps at a later date, but we're deferring this because of the lack of appetite for $10,000, possible $10,000 on a consultant. And I think that's the primary direction I'm hearing from you, Councillor Morrison. I know, it is. So maybe Councillor Stone, and I'm going to go to CAO Corey in a second.
Thank you. I think the first step is I would like staff to report back to us on the use of it and the necessity for it before we go
And
forward.
that's excellent. And that would be a starting point of whether or not, right, great comment. Thank you for that. And I'm seeing Director Babineau is nodding her head, so that's great. And that might be enough direction for now. All right, so the first thing though, and I hope I didn't miss anybody on that side. No, okay. And that's enough direction for our next motion, right, I think? All right, good. Thank you for that. Any other questions about this section? No. All right, we're up. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Your Worship. Are we talking about this section or this page?
That page, that
Yeah, no,
page.
So I will wait. till-
Okay, then we're moving to the next page. This is turning out to be a lot slower than I anticipated. But that means there are a lot of great questions. Thank you, Council, for that. All right, over to you, Reva.
So in keeping with facilities, we're on to the community halls. So at Stevenson Hall, this first section up here, the first project is the purchase of new snow guards for the metal roof, again, to help eliminate falling snow and ice. So same sort of project as the MHP train station roof. So it is a new asset, so the business case has been provided in Appendix D to the staff report. The community room project includes the replacement of windows and flooring in the Live Wires community room. The windows are currently fixed, so they don't open. So this would be a replacement with functioning windows that open. And the replacement of the flooring, and there was a picture provided in Appendix C. So the flooring is quite dated and in need of replacement. And as I mentioned previously, this last project here is the commercial range at Stevenson Hall. So again, the range that is currently there could be sold as is, and any proceeds would go back into the facilities capital reserve. So moving on to Port Sydney Hall. The first project on the list, again, is the commercial range. And again, any proceeds from the sale of the existing range would go back into the facilities capital reserve. The next is the Port Sydney Hall flooring replacement. So this project was approved in 2022, but because of contractor availability and supply chain issues, it has been carried forward to 2023. It is almost completed, as I understand it. And lastly, in Port Sydney Hall is the landscaping project, and that includes the replacement of some interlocking stone in the walkway. And then the last community hall, certainly but not least, is the Aspen Hall. So again, there's that last fourth and final commercial range replacement. And the next project is actually a new project, and it's to build a new roof over the accessible ramp at Aspen Hall. And again, the business case has been provided in Appendix D.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just curious. I know the commercial ranges in Port Sydney and Utterson haven't been there for that long, and is there a lot of repair issues that they've encountered? Or for me, who actually cooks in those halls, was there any user group feedback? Because I don't see this as a necessity in either of those halls.
Director Babineau.
Through you, Mayor Alcock. Yes, and I might call on Greg to pop down here and also speak to this. I will do my best on his way down. But a number of issues are raised with the stoves. And we are able to address some of the concerns of our customers, not so much of our regular user groups, but it's the other customers that come in. The pilot light is out, they smell gas, they call the Summit Center, somebody has to go down there, then now they're setting up for a wedding or their event. There's a little bit of panic. It's about customer service. It's a little bit about efficiencies of staff time. The stoves are not due for replacement for another couple of years. This is one of those items that staff have gone out to find some efficiencies and report back through our mechanism of budget process. So we can delay this project. We also find that in doing so, we have to replace the pilot lights quite regularly, and they just stop working, so we have to replace them. So we're looking, and I'm going to guesstimate here that from Greg's notes that he's provided, we're about $1,000 per hall per year in pilot lights on average. So having this new, upgrading our system will save efficiencies for time, long run expenses, and honestly, some concern for our customers. Maybe not always our regular user groups, but some of those unique ones. Thank you.
Thank you for that follow-up.
Yeah, thank you for that. I understand new users may have some difficulty, and I understand that if we've replaced pilots, and I don't know what the warranty would be on the new equipment, but I would suggest that we're going to run into the same problems. That's the nature of the beast of commercial kitchen equipment. You're going to smell gas, and people are going to turn pilots off. So I would imagine most of the staff calls are because someone has turned the pilot off because of inexperience with the equipment. So I think all of those problems that you explained to me through my use at these halls is still going to exist. And we have perfectly good equipment that's working on a regular basis.
Okay, thank you for that. Greg?
Through your worship, the new unit's design would have no pilot lights. So that the idea would be to eliminate the use of pilot lights. They'd have an ignition starter. We have had situations where we've had early years call us up and they won't use the hall because it smells like gas because a pilot light did go out over the weekend and they walk in the hall and the entire hall smells like gas. That's what we're trying to eliminate, those calls down. But the idea of this project is from an environmental point of view, it'll save us about $4,000 in pilot light gas that we're just burning between the 4 halls. And then the staff time that goes with that. But they would all, like the idea is that there would be no pilot lights anymore. So that smell would be gone.
And it should be noted too, I think you made reference to this, that if we sell these units, which we would do, we actually might gain more value now than we would if we wait another year or two or whatever. I'm just putting that out there. Okay, I'm moving to Councillor Cluche. Unless you had a follow-up.
No. Do you have a maintenance program set up for all the equipment, like the kitchen equipment, the dishwashers, all that stuff? Is there a regular maintenance done to them from like an outside company type of thing?
Through your worship, yes, there is, for all the equipment down there.
Councillor Schumacher.
Just wanted to clarify, Greg, I think you briefly brought it up, but yes, on a monthly basis, it is costing us quite a bit because those pilot lights stay on. Is that correct?
Greg?
Thank you, and through your worship, it is about $1,000 per hall per year. So yeah, just under $100 a month.
Okay. All right. Have we, okay, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Just to follow up, I don't like to spend money we don't have to spend.
I
and
know,
owe that to my
listen, I
constituents.
totally agree. Don't be defensive.
So when
It's all
we
good.
base our information of $100 a month, are we counting on the furnace there, or that's total cost for gas at the hall in Port Sydney, for instance?
It's just strictly on the pilot light consumption.
Okay, how do we determine that? I'm sorry to split hairs here.
No, but I
just
is curious, how do you determine that?
Yeah, through your worship, just by speaking with our contractors and getting the information how much they consume, doing research on the amount of pilot lights consumes on a daily basis, and extrapolating that to a yearly basis.
Is this an issue elsewhere? Like, is that something that other contractors would know?
From the research I had done, it's definitely something places are trying to approach just because it's wasting of gas. So from an environmental point of view, and there is nothing wrong with the units. The units are functioning fine. It's strictly from a, the
And
efficiency
as you
of
say,
it.
the new equipment doesn't have this, so and probably there's data around that as well, I would think. Okay, Councillor Fitzgerald?
Just a final comment. Based on the information, and we're trying to make it safer for our user groups without the pilots being on and go to electronic pilots, and the use of gas, which environmentally I certainly want to support. So unfortunately, I don't think the units will be worth much money, so hopefully these ones, I can support it and they'll last a long time, maintenance free.
Thank you very much for that last comment. And Councillor Cluche.
Is there any way of converting what's there now to the new system?
Through your worship, we did check into that, and it's not possible.
It's good you checked, though. That's good. Yeah. All right, I think I'm not seeing any other hands, so we can move right along to recreation and leisure. We're 8 pages, or 7 pages away. Do we need a break? Is that what you're asking? What time is it? It only goes to 1, well, okay, it goes to 1:30. The lunch, the lunch goes to 1:30, so are you saying we need to? I think we only have 7 pages left, right? Let's
And they're the
swing
easy
through that,
ones.
yeah. Then, not to put pressure on everybody, but we have 7 pages left. Okay, over to you, Reba.
We can do
Thank
it.
you for that.
Okay, so recreation and leisure, fairly quick projects here. So the Aquatics First Aid Project is a replacement of AED machines throughout various facilities and locations. The accessibility equipment is the replacement of the chairlift at the pool. And the programming fitness equipment is the replacement of some canoes for our leisure and day camp programs.
Deputy Mayor Armour?
Thank you, Worship. Just a suggestion when we're replacing these AEDs that we check with our local paramedic services and make sure we get something that's the same and that's compatible so they can just transfer their pads because the current ones we have are not, so.
Okay,
And
great
I believe
suggestion.
it's Medtronic, so.
Okay, great suggestion. I'm seeing lots of nods over there. All right, I'm assuming that's yes, of course, we'll do that. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Any other questions with respect to that? Seeing none, we can move to the next theater.
All right, so all of the theater projects are estimated based on the existing asset useful lives and condition ratings. They are all pooled projects and consist of a whole bunch of tiny little things like microphones and lights and all of the equipment. So if the equipment doesn't fail, the funds stay in the reserve and they don't get, the equipment doesn't get replaced unless it fails. Okay?
Thank you, Your
Councillor
Worship. I just know that our sound, or our technician in theatre does a fabulous job of taking care of the equipment. So just a shout out to Chris Boone, because he does take good care of the equipment. So hopefully it won't break down, but just want to put that out there.
Thank you for that. I think that was well worth that shout out for sure. All right, I don't see any other questions with respect to this. Going once, going twice, let's move to economic development.
Okay, so the only project in economic development is the Welcome Sign project. This has been carried forward from 2022. It's the replacement of the sign, not the structure, just the sign, at Center Street. So this was not completed in 2022 because the branding and wayfinding projects had not yet been completed. So there's no use in wasting the money before those projects were done.
And it's so great seeing it, but I have a question. It definitely needs to be done, but the branding that we just approved, this is a replacement of the sign that has the traditional Town of Huntsville logo, so that would be the same, I think. I'm looking around. Councillor Renwick, do you want to add to that, or?
Well, it's actually an older version, because it does say the historic downtown Huntsville. And I
Right.
don't know if we still refer to it as the historic downtown Huntsville.
Huntsville.
It has the old, there's no town logo on that, but there's certainly the,
No, I thought there was on the right, but maybe I'm wrong. Anyway,
Anyway,
so
yeah.
I guess what will happen, and this begs the question, that before it's actually done, we will see what the replacement will look like. And I'm looking to Director Maxwell, yes, and she's nodding yes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Oh, I'm not close enough. Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, what we can do with that one specifically, because it was put in place for the BIA as well, that I think there would have to be some consultation on what it looks like.
Okay, fantastic. I'm really happy to see this in the budget, because it looks really crappy. Anyway, there we go. So, It's faded. All right, perfect. I'm not seeing any other questions, so let's move to IT.
All right. So again, just like the theater, all of the IT capital projects are pooled projects and are estimated based on the useful lives and the condition of the existing assets. So if fewer replacements are needed, the funds stay in the reserve. A few of the items are on planned replacement cycles, like the laptops and stuff like that. So that these projects are based on that information. I did want to point out that the Council Chambers audiovisual project largely includes the replacement of the microphones and the projector. That's why it's so high.
Look at that, big thumbs up. I think that we're getting a big thumbs up on that one. No one is complaining about that.
Am I close enough now?
You are, yes, exactly, exactly. I think that would be fantastic. Okay, we are, look, we're moving right along. We have 3 slides left.
So finance. So these are both projects that were carried forward from 2022 and are well underway. They are anticipated to be completed in 2023. So it includes our accounting system upgrades that was funded largely through a grant. And the Parks and Trails inventory, again, was funded through a grant.
Okay. Moving to library.
Okay, so the library operation. So this isn't the operating budget. This is the operating side of the library and the capital that they buy. So the library operations capital projects are fairly similar from year to year. And they are all pooled projects, largely for the collections at the library. So things like books, DVDs, CDs, that kind of thing. They are partially funded through development charges, and the remainder is funded through library reserves. And then the library IT capital project, again, is a pooled project similar to our IT, our information technology projects, and they're based on the anticipated replacement cycle and the condition ratings of the existing assets. And I think David had...
And David Tremblay is here to answer any questions if we have any with respect to any of the library expenditures. Yes, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question. The CDs and the Blu-ray, these are replacements? Or they're buying new ones, or are they replacing the existing ones?
David, just press that, yeah.
Oh, great question. It is, as with any of our materials, they reach a useful life. Either they're they get worn out, or there's newer stuff, and some things may not circulate, so they just get sort of, as we retired out of the collection. So it's just a continual replacement, basically. Yeah.
Thank you. Yep.
Councillor Cluche?
Through you, Your Worship. David forgot to mention the Blu-ray and stuff like that. A lot of that gets rented out also to different parties that come in there. So, I mean, we do generate revenue off some of this stuff here too.
Mm-hmm.
Just to follow up on what Councillor Cloutier said, actually, just a correction, we can't actually rent those physical materials like books or DVDs, audiobooks, that kind of thing, but we do have a few things we are considering that maybe you're speaking to, is that we are going to be starting to rent out a green screen and usage of that, so hoping to generate some funds as well from that and that kind of stuff. So yeah.
That's neat. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, your microphone is still on. Okay. All right. No other questions with respect to library. That was very quick. And we're at the questions. One more. Oh, did I move it too quickly? I think I did.
Yeah, we've got library facilities.
Ah, yes.
So the library facility is maintained by our internal facilities department. So projects slated for 2023 specific for the library building is the replacement of the exit door, and this is because of warping of the door frame, which causes locking issues. The next item is the replacement of the existing humidifier, and that's just based on the age and condition of the existing asset. The upgrades of the exit signs, so this is an upgrade to current standards. So there are 8 signs that require some electrical work to be done, and they are double-sided. So this was strongly recommended in early 2022 by the fire prevention officer. The building code does not actually require this to be done. However, it has been included as a fire safety item in this budget. And the last project on here is the wall repair project, and that's to repair and parge the wall for the steps and the ramp at the library. There are some large gaps and pieces of concrete falling off the wall, so that's to replace that and reparge it.
Questions? Yes, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. Just a quick one. What does a $19,000 humidifier look like? I'm just wondering, it seems like a lot of money. Thank you.
David, could you?
I can't speak to exactly what it looks like. There's a huge utility room, and I'm not an expert, but the facilities crew has identified this unit actually has not been functioning for a while, but it's to maintain a certain level of humidity for the books and that kind of thing. Yeah, to make sure.
All right, it's special. I like that, Councillor Cluche. I think it's special. But I can see the importance of it in the library. I think that probably makes a whole lot of sense. Have we exhausted questions around this last one and questions in general? Because I would like to introduce, we have three motions. Introduce those. We could, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to put another motion on the table that we have a lot of pool projects, I think is what you refer to them as. I'm just wondering if we can have an FYI throughout the year as we spend this money on new equipment, because we're getting, it says 5 scanners, maybe we replace 2. So if we could just get an update as we go through as we're replacing them.
Do we need a motion on that? I think it's a great idea. Do we need a motion on that?
I'm not sure that we need a motion on that, but we can certainly do that through our quarterly forecasting updates.
That would be great, actually. Good suggestion. Yep. All right, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. Just to circle back to Public Works, we were talking about operations, bringing back a report to council about things they'd like to have done there. I just would suggest that we maybe look at items that we could postpone or defer in order to put funds towards some of those items. Just a thought. Thank you.
Okay, and that Director Ukivi is nodding his head. Totally gets that. Okay, thank you. I think if we're ready, I have. Okay. Did I use it? No. Yep. Beautiful. All right, that's great. That's fantastic. Okay. Fantastic. I left my mic on, so did everybody hear what we were saying when I started talking about other people? Oh my God, I can't believe that Councillor Stone wanted that. Okay, all right. I didn't say any of that. Very nicely, Deputy Clerk. The Deputy Clerk was explaining to me the process, and that was great. So we're starting with the first one with respect to the stairs. And I believe it's going to be on the screen in a second. I have a motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It is recommended that the following be inserted at the end of the first paragraph, with the exception of 1, civic. Defer the Civic Center front steps brickwork in the amount of $296,000 and related funding in 2023. 2, CSC, defer the Canada Summit Centre Centennial Pool project in the amount of $10,000. So, any questions around that? Yes, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. I'm just curious, do we need to put a time frame in there? How long we're deferring them to, or are you just open-ended until we get a report back?
I think that's a great question. My sense is staff kind of have a sense of that we'd like this to come back in the near future? And Councillor Schumacher has her hand up. Would you like a time in there? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, no, I guess I'm just, with the deferral of the $10,000, as Councillor Stone had alluded to, it's requesting what the use is currently, but I know without the $10,000 and without the consultant, we can't estimate what the use would be with an accessible pool, correct, Director Babineau?
Right, I suspect not, but we would know what our current stats are and current usage, all of that, right?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, what we can do is track usage and provide some numbers and some feedback from our customers. That would be a change of level of service to eliminate it. As for providing any options about what it might look like going forward if we don't decommission it, then I would need the consultant to help us do that.
Okay, good. And is that from a direction perspective, Councillor Stone, since you're the
Exactly.
mover?
From a direction perspective, there should be something in there deferred. So staff bring back a report on use and necessity.
Do we need that? CAO Corey?
Thank you, Your Worship. So this motion specifically is just removing the item from the budget. I believe the Deputy Clerk has a separate motion prepared that deals with the direction for staff.
Perfect.
Yes, and she does, and that's the one she just showed me. Yes, yes. Oh, my God. And that's so great that CAO Corey's on top of that, that's for sure. And she sits over there, so she didn't even know, unless she does. It's on her screen. All right, great question, and we're getting to that. Okay. Are there any other questions with respect to the motion that I just read? I'm not seeing any. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Brilliant. All right, we're moving to the second motion now. Oh, I have to call the main motion as amended. All those in favor? Carries. Great, thank you. This is very different from planning. Planning, I know the routine. This is different. Okay, we have another motion, and I need a mover. Could I just have a mover, please? Somebody, yes. Deputy Mayor Armour, and seconded by Councillor Schumacher. It is recommended that staff be directed to bring a report back on the capital needs at the Medill Yard, including costs after the passage of the 2023 budget. So we will be returning to the other, I think. All right, any questions or comments with respect to that one? Yes, Julia.
I'm just wondering if we could add in the wording and related funding for that one?
Yes.
I'm also just wondering too, with the passing of the budget, if it could come back before the if we can bring it back at any time, or we have to wait until after the budget's passed?
Well, if you think it can be, I understood from our conversation it was better if we brought it back after, but you're suggesting that it might be possible to do before? I'm getting, okay, I had Councillor Cloutier, but I'll defer to CAO Corey. All right.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just with respect to timing, I do not think it's possible for a report to come back in that period of time. So I think after the budget is realistic.
Okay, perfect. That's the answer. All right. Councillor Cloutier? Nope. Good. All right. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Okay, this is the one, I think. Oh, no, it's not the one. It's not the one. It's another one. Okay. All right. I have a motion moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that staff be directed to report back on the use and necessity of the hot tub at the Canada Summit Centre Centennial Pool for determination by Council of the service level moving forward, and further that additional information be provided in said report outlining the steps that could be undertaken to determine the rehabilitation work required should Council determine they wish to proceed with this level of services. I think that covers it all. Yep. Councillor Morrison, comfortable? Councillor Stone? Okay. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. Great. and we're moving back to the one before that. Thank you for doing that. That was good. I have another motion, and this is with respect to the town hall working, all right, okay. Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. It is recommended that staff be directed to bring back an updated report to Town Hall Working Group Report WG-2022-1 once the energy and accessibility audits have been completed and provided to the town. That sounds good. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. That's great. And we have a question. Hold on. I don't know if we need the motion, but I will ask Director Maxwell, do you need a motion, the reporting to council on the design of the, no, I think we can just go ahead, but you naturally would bring it back before anything should happen. And I'm seeing a big smile over there. I'm assuming naturally that occurs. Okay, thank you for the question, though. And that's it for new motions? Look at that. All right, with that, thank you, everybody. I think we can now legitimately take a break for lunch, which is sitting downstairs. And before we do, I think we're... Oh, that's a great idea. How about I'll ask Councillor Cluche? Why don't you say... Oh, how about Councillor Fitzgerald, since it is your baby? All right. Councillor Fitzgerald, would you like to say a few words about what the lunch is about?
This is our team effort to raise a little bit of money for our coldest night of the year walk by providing people with a healthy lunch for a donation to our team. It's proved very successful in the past, and I think we're well up there in the fundraising this year, and all of benefit to the food bank. So see you for lunch.
We are now live. Okay, before we start with the next item, I'd like to ask council's permission to change up our agenda a little bit and move the next item, which was the local share funding, to the last item. So, because our guests have arrived, and actually, they are going to go first, if that's okay. Do I have a show of hands from council if we go with them first? And we have a show of hands in favor. So we are moving to agenda item 5, and we are welcoming Commissioner Arvona Zwiers and our acting director, I was about to say, but acting director Sandra Daleman, and who are here as special guests to give us an overview of the district's engagement with housing and homelessness. Welcome. How was the drive up?
The drive up was quite slippery, but
Was
I'm happy to say there was a long line of cars and everybody was very smartly doing 80.
Wow,
So
that's good.
that was good, but
Yeah.
it was very slippery. And thank you very much, Mayor Alcock and Town of Huntsville Council members and Huntsville staff and any members of the public who are here in the audience today. Thank you for inviting us here, and it's our great pleasure to be here. I will just preface this by saying that what we've done for this presentation is we've taken the CAPS committee orientation that we did on housing and homelessness from a couple of weeks ago, and we've basically kept it pretty much the same, but we've added in some specific information that is about Huntsville very specifically. And so what we're able to do is we're able to put it into context for you with respect to your town and the residents that live here.
Before you continue, and I apologize for breaking in, we have issues with our sound system. So, Arvona, you have a softer voice, and yeah, you have to pull it in like that, and that's fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I've never been described as having a soft voice. So I'm usually able to project fairly well. Thank you very much. Should we go to the next slide, Sandra? So just in terms of leadership in our CAPS committee with respect to housing and homelessness, I'm in the position of Commissioner of Community and Planning Services. Sandra Daleman, here with me today, is the Director of Programs with respect to housing and homelessness. And we have 4 managers that are in different roles in housing. We have Cheryl Bessie, Manager of Housing Projects, Brenda Boothby, Manager of Community Housing. Danielle Morgan is actually just leaving the district, as a matter of fact, and she's Manager of Homelessness Prevention, so we have a little bit of change happening with that one. And Anna Weisocher-Shea, and she is the Manager of Affordable Housing Initiatives. And you will see the logo, the graphic at the bottom of this particular slide, and it shows a housing continuum. I will say that this is a logo, this is a graphic that has been provided to us for use by Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. And what it does is it shows a very linear continuum from homelessness on one end to market housing, including rental and home ownership on the other end. We know that people's paths through life are not always as linear as this would depict. We know that sometimes people can cycle in and out of homelessness, in and out of emergency shelter, in and out of transitional housing, or the low end of market rent. They can use supportive housing in order to be able to get a really good start in life, in their adulthood or young adulthood, or even in their senior years. And sometimes they're able to eventually make their way into affordable housing. Any of us would probably have extended family members who've actually had different points along the continuum at different points in time, including children who are just reaching adulthood and leaving the home. So the work that we do, we find that this graphic is quite useful because it positions the work that we do throughout the Housing and Homelessness Department. And with that, I am happy to hand it over to Sandra, who will do the bulk of the presentation today. Thank you.
Press and hold.
You had it.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Alcock and also members of the council. I don't have a soft voice either usually. So very nice to see you all in person. This is one of the very first times I think we've been in person, so great to see you. We will take you through the presentation. This was a fairly long presentation at District Council, so I will pare it down a little bit and speak more about how it relates to Huntsville, and we can take questions at the end as well. So this next slide really talks about the different areas that we cover in housing and homelessness, right from the 10-year housing and homelessness plan, which we follow and we use as a strategic guideline for the work that we all do. And in fact, our most recent update in the plan included increasing our new attainable housing units, our goal for Muskoka, moving from 20 units a year to 30 units a year, which is fairly significant for a size of municipality that we are. We also have different housing operations, from community or social housing operations, affordable programs, capital incentives, homelessness prevention, and then we move into some of the housing projects. And one other item that we're working on with our group is integration with our human services. So on that, it is not just about the human services within the district. They're working together, so our Ontario Works, Housing and Homelessness, Children's Services, Seniors, and HealthLink, and even community paramedicine. But it's also relating to the different services that impact and support our residents across the community. So we always do work hand in hand with our partner groups such as CMHA. I'll throw a plug in for MindAid as well, and Community Living, just about any other organization we do partner with in the community to support our clients. As you know, over the number of years through COVID and even before that, we have had a different kind of an epidemic, a pandemic of some sorts that is a housing crisis. And so the work that the staff do and that we all do and have passion for in our communities is to support our residents to move along that spectrum of housing that Arvona spoke of, but also we do have a number of people who are homeless in our communities, and it's so important that we come together to support our most vulnerable people. So we will talk a little bit about that in the presentation. Sorry, covering my paperwork over here. So I will just talk a little bit about the difference between attainable and affordable housing. And the reason being is because they're often interchanged with each other. So I just thought it would be helpful to have a bit of a definition. And this was carved out through the work of the Muskoka Housing Task Force. And it is available on the Engage page website as well. But attainable housing sort of has the 5 components. And one of those components is affordability. So affordability, I'm going to jump to the right-hand side of the screen, is really having only 30% of your income to spend on housing. That's what affordable is relating to. And attainable also takes into other aspects of living into consideration, whether it's adequate in size and adequate in the state of the unit, whether there's major repairs needed, proper heating, that type of thing. If it's appropriate in size, the right number of bedrooms for the people that are living there, the affordability, accessibility, is it easy to access other services that you need while you're living there? And of course, availability, which I think is what is at the heart of many of your discussions here at the table today. What is available? On the right-hand side, again, with affordable, we talk about that 80 to 100% of the average market rent. And just so that you are aware, we do receive those numbers every year from the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation. They provide us with what they believe to be the average market rent for our area. I will also suggest that perhaps this is not a complete reflection of what we see and live and breathe in Muskoka, specifically now after COVID. But what we are working with right now is a bachelor apartment. They're suggesting is $713 a month. I'm not sure if you guys know of any of those in the area, because I don't. And a 1-bedroom being $1,007 a month. Again, really low. So we are coming back with some more information on that in the coming weeks. I'll leave it there. This next slide should be of interest. I've highlighted the Huntsville column. What I'm sharing on this slide is sort of a combination of different housing types we have available that is more on the affordable side in Muskoka, whether it's social housing or affordable housing, transitional, rent geared to income. And so in Huntsville, what we have currently is 178 units available that we support many clients. Across Muskoka, there's over 680 units. We have 5 affordable units coming into our stock available as of March 1st, so I did include it on the slide. That's the +5, and those ones are in Bracebridge. You will also note that 36% of these units across Muskoka are dedicated towards seniors. So if we look at our Stats Canada website and we look at our population and our projections in Muskoka, we're trying to match our housing with what we see in the community, which is, I think the numbers are 43% currently that are of seniors currently, so in Muskoka, and it's the same at any income level. You're going to see that. Our wait list for any rent geared to income housing is over 600. Fluctuates a little bit. We're around 611 this week, but we do have a lot of people waiting on our wait list. And we also have affordable housing wait lists that are in the 250 to 350 range. The difference between rent geared to income is it is based on your income. If you're on Ontario Works and your income as a single is $733 a month, and that's what it is, your rent is calculated based on that income. So it's not, I don't know the exact amount, but it's around $100 for that moment. But affordable would be in that 80 to 100% range that we talked about earlier in the definition. So that's for the 1 bedroom, that's the 1,007. You cannot afford an affordable unit, even at that rate, if you're on Ontario Works. Okay. So the last bullet on this slide speaks to a lot of the other, I think, things that you are all seeing at the table. And you were mentioning just a few minutes ago to us, to Councillor Morrison, was that increased need for mental health and addiction supports in our community. And we definitely feel that in our programs at the district. It is significant, the increase that we are seeing and the needs. And there just isn't enough support to help everybody that needs that level of complexity of help that is required these days. Affordable housing, the programs we have, we'll just kind of run through this relatively quickly. I think the numbers are pretty, speak for themselves on the slide. We have some rental supplement programs. So we have talked a little bit about that, where if someone has a rent of, let's say, $1,500, we can supply some supplement to bring that monthly income down. And we've just been looking at that and increasing that rental supplement availability across our program. So that will help more people. We have special programs, the rent supplement for retirement home fee assistance. If you have anyone that you know living in retirement homes, it is not cheap. So we do have some assistance that way through our local programming. We do have a few other programs for seniors at home. We have some funding through the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care. We also have another program that is a portable housing benefit program. It's called COB on this slide. We don't need to worry about all those acronyms, but it's if someone qualifies for it, which we help with the application, then someone would then receive that income just like you receive a tax benefit or a child support fund through CRA. It just comes right into their income. It's fantastic. Therefore, they can take it with them if they move, as long as their income and eligibility on an annual basis meets that criteria. And we do have some other funding programs that we do help with through some of the other provincial funds that we receive. So affordable housing programs in Huntsville, you can see we do have a number of people in Huntsville supported through these programs, and we continue to find more people that are eligible and continue to help them. Okay, capital incentives. This is where we are looking for opportunity to possibly build some new units, maybe do some repairs on some units, to build more stock so that we can have more housing availability. And since 2015, we've have over 110 or 111 units have been funded across Muskoka. And in Huntsville, specifically, 48 units have been funded through these programs. And that's over 1.3 million. Okay, we continue to work with lots of people and lots of organizations, developers and proponents, to build more. And already in this calendar year, which is only 33 days in or whichever, we're over 45 applications, 45 units to be applied for additional capital funding. Homelessness prevention, this one's near and dear to my heart. We have done enumerations, 2 of them. The last one was done 2 years ago, and we were able to capture a snapshot in time of 150 adults and 11 children who were identified as homeless by the provincial definition of what homelessness is. Since then, we've also implemented a by name list, which is like a live version of keeping track of people who are experiencing homelessness, and sort of looking at what their situation is and helping them become housing ready, so that when there is a unit available, we can sort of match together and try to find housing for people. So we're over 180 people on our homelessness by name list currently. We still have people in motels. It is about 10 times more than we normally would pre-pandemic. We continue to support those who have nowhere else to go, and every client situation is different. And the question is, how do we continue to help somebody? Where can they go? Where can they live? And with the income they have, and there just are not options. So even today, we were having some conversation about what are some of the other programs we have that could potentially support some of these clients who have complex needs. Maybe they're seniors, maybe they need to be moving into a long-term care situation of some kind, and we're going to work through them one by one and see how we can better support everybody. Just kind of going through the list here. We have lots of support going out in the community for people who are at risk of losing housing. And I say that because there's hydro bills, there's utility bills, there's transportation costs, food costs, so expensive. And this year is just, the inflation has really pushed us over the top, being able to help a lot of people and to keep their housing. That is our ultimate goal. If it's a suitable housing, we try to help people stay housed. Part of our program, we do help with a food bank in Georgian Bay. And so there's fluctuates, but between 18 and 26 households. And we stay connected with these clients through the food bank. So we can help them with other programming as well. It's fantastic. And then, of course, some of you are actually belonging to some of the groups that the group sharing tables and the Financial Assistance Partners Group, but these are key groups for us to continue to work with our community. We talked about collaboration. We talked about bringing that community support together. This is how we do it. Some housing projects. So here are some of the items you've probably seen a little bit of or been part of or helped or will be part of. But the Muskoka Community Land Trust is one project. I think Kristen will talk a little bit more about that. The Rapid Housing Initiative, that's actually an amazing fund that we're in the middle of an application right now to the CMHC to try to bring funding into Muskoka to build an affordable housing project. And we're very excited about it. We will have more details coming in weeks coming, and we should know by July 1st whether we have the funding or not. And essentially, in about a year, we may have a number of new units that would be affordable for our community. We are doing an RFP to draw out some additional potential projects for development for rental housing. We're looking at land right across Muskoka, not just Muskoka owned, but also federal and provincial owned as well, to see if there's anything that could be close to shovel ready, to be ready for the next potential funding that we could have to build new units. We've heard about the Secondary Suites Resource Guide, more coming on that. That's one of the projects that came out of the task force. The asset management strategy. So by the way, all those buildings we talked about for community housing, a lot of them were built in the 80s, 90s, even before that. There's repair costs. There are potentially some other things that we could do to make them a little bit better for our housing tenants and for additional units. So we have a strategy that we're looking at, and we'll need to hire a consultant to help us build what we're going to do next there. And we do also have a plan to bring back the Muskoka Housing Task Force in the coming, I'll say, few months. So it won't be long, and then we will see what new projects come out of that. A couple other slides, and then I will end. But pressures, I felt this was really important to share. We do have a ton of pressures. Some of them, there's not much we can do about them, but helpful to understand in the process of what we do in housing and homelessness. The COVID relief funding, SSRF, it ended in December. And that was significant for us to be able to support people in motels, additional rent subsidies, tons of other things that helped our communities. So that, of course, puts increased pressure on our homelessness prevention program costs. So that is not, there's not enough there, but we're working on it. We also see an increased need for capital funding. This is so we can develop new projects and support all of those great applications that we're seeing coming in. Inflation, of course, is a huge pressure for us. And the next one, which I think is just so important in the work we do, that significant increase in the need to find help for mental health and addictions in our community. There just isn't enough help, and the complexity of every single client is just, it's getting more and more complex every single day, really. We do have some high staff turnover due to many pressures. I think that's pretty common across any industry. And then for development, our small population in relative size to a larger city and our rugged terrain actually bring about some interesting concepts of it's hard to get that economy of scale when we are needing to blast rock, let's say, to build something or what have you. So that land inventory is very important to go back and see what we have that could be shovel-ready or close to that may not cost as much to blast rock or go around water. And this is just a summary of some of the projects upcoming, the items that we're working on right now. We mentioned pretty much all of them. A big piece of what we do, outreach. We are always trying to be in touch with our clients, our vulnerable citizens all across Muskoka. We are constantly working with our tenants in all of our housing mix to do check-ins and see how they're doing. Even though COVID is technically over, it's not over. We're past it and we're into a new phase, and it's not any easier in many respects for many, many people. So those are some of our priority areas. And I think I will thank you very much for your attention. Happy to address any questions.
Thank you so much, Sandra. And you know what? I'm sure there are going to be a number of questions. Councillor Stone.
Thank you. Two quick ones. What's portable housing?
It's a portable housing benefit isn't about the type of housing. It's not a tenure of housing that somebody brings with them. It is actually a subsidy, a benefit that is paid to somebody monthly that they can take with them portably to another town.
Oh.
So if we get an allocation of X amount of money for under COB, Canada, Ontario housing benefit, and we're able to allocate that to somebody in Huntsville, if they move to Bracebridge, they can port that benefit with them to their new dwelling.
Only within Muskoka?
No, they can leave Muskoka as well.
Okay.
But somebody from Parry Sound can also port their benefit into Muskoka as well. It's about meeting the needs of households as they migrate to different areas for work or for school or to be close to family.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Secondly, You mentioned you're increasing from 20 affordable houses you're hoping to create per year to 30, and that's dependent on developers doing that for us. So how are you hoping to achieve that?
I'll start. It wouldn't turn off for me. So that is it's 30, and that is a combination of units that we might create ourselves. As an example, the ones that we created at Alex's Place would count towards those numbers, and the district owns them, and that was a wonderful project that came together under Home for Good funding that was issued to Muskoka a few years ago now. And in that project, by the way, we opened 12 transitional units for youth, and the other 5 units are self-contained one-bedroom units, which will be opened up, as Sandra said, in March. So those are ones that have counted towards the 30 that we own. But you are correct that we would rely on our partnerships with both the nonprofit sector and the private sector in order to be able to create those kinds of units. And we have incentive programs that we actually give capital funding that actually act as an incentive for developers to build. Most recently, in August, we increased the amount of the capital incentive so that it can go up to $100,000 per unit for a commitment by the developer of 25-year affordability, 20-year? For a 20-year affordability
I thought it was
period.
25.
It might be 25.
For the 100,000,
For the
it's
100,000, it is 25. Thank you. Yeah. So it used to be the maximum was 80,000 for a 20-year affordability. Yes, thank you, Mayor Alcock, for that reminder. And now we increased it up to $100,000 per unit, but then we require that the developer keep the unit affordable for a longer period of time.
Thank you.
And on that, I think since we've increased it, there's been more interest, right? Because up until that point, developers were saying it's just not worth it. Am I correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the presentation. Along the same line, so these rent subsidized housing, et cetera, that are coming up to their 20 years expiry dates, are there incentives for them to continue on those programs, or are they just going right back to market rent as people move out?
As of right now, they are going back to, they can opt to go back to market rent. It doesn't mean that we haven't started to have some of those discussions as well to see if there's some way to change the MAHIP program to maybe accommodate for that, because we recognize the importance of trying to keep the units at an affordable rate within Muskoka.
And if I may, through the chair, just add supplementary to that the historical social housing stock, which is rent geared to income, has a different legislative requirement to continue to be tied to our system for a longer period of time. And so some of the district-owned and Muskoka Municipal Nonprofit Housing Corporation stock will remain tied to us forever unless we sell properties in order to create housing in different places. And the nonprofit providers that exist across the district, they also have a mechanism under legislation called the Housing Services Act by which they stay with us, and they don't really leave after a 20-year affordability. The affordable housing programs created housing in a different way than the historical social housing stock was created. And it just reflects different federal and provincial government decision-making in different decades following the Second World War.
Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, ladies, for coming today. This is incredibly important to our community. When I read the slide, homelessness prevention programs, I got all excited thinking, okay, what you really have there is a list of preventing people to be homeless because you've got places for them to be. Does the district have programs that actually help people once they're off the street or in homes to prevent them from becoming homeless again? Or do you know what I mean? Like, are there programs in place to help with mental health, with job seeking, that sort of thing as well? And I think they do, but go ahead.
So making sure it's on. Thank you for your question through you, Madam Chair. So it might be a bit misleading to have the name of the title of that slide. That is the title of the funding program from the province. So in fact, we do, in the prevention piece is part of what we do. A big portion of what we do in homelessness is that wraparound supports for people who are experiencing homelessness. So even if someone is, if we're supporting them in a motel, there's the support that is the financial piece, but it's also making those connections and referrals and assistance for that individual or that household, or people who aren't in motels but are homeless as well. So we're definitely, a big portion of the funding does go towards that case management, and it's also making those referrals or connecting with other community partners. A plug for Mind Aid or our Ontario Works or our Ontario Disability or community, like any other partner that's out there, we are working with hand in hand to support the client. In terms of true supportive housing, the only true supportive housing we have in Muskoka is our transitional support for youth building that's on Pine Street, and so we have the 12 units, and we partner with Elizabeth Fry Society. And they bring in other supports as well to create good programming to help the tenants. And then we do have supports for a couple of other housing for people who have other needs, special other requirements for assisted living. And so that would be the other portion where we do have some supports. But that is primarily through the Ministry of Health.
Right.
And then we do work with them on that.
Great.
So great question. True supportive housing, we don't have a lot of in Muskoka. But we do provide that same kind of supportiveness around all of our clients, regardless of the program that they're in. So
Thank
I
you.
don't know if that helps.
Absolutely does. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think, sorry, was it, No, sorry, Arvona, okay, Arvona, please.
And through the chair, if I might just add a couple of other pieces of information. Sandra, you mentioned these when you were doing your presentation on that slide. So in terms of prevention of homelessness, things like helping somebody out with hydro arrears could actually be a way of preventing homelessness, because maybe they're not going to have to make a choice between paying hydro arrears or paying rent. So that kind of thing will help keep people housed. And also, as Sandra said, our relationships with mental health organizations, connecting people up with services. If they happen to be on Ontario Works or ODSP, they get supports through that as well. And some of those supports might be preventing homelessness as well. In terms of hardcore homelessness, people sleeping rough, the motel voucher program is really key. It's living in a motel room is not a home. It is very transient. It's not reliable, and motel and hotel owners want their units back to be able to serve the tourist season in the summer. So it's not a solution, but if it can stop somebody from freezing, then that is definitely a homelessness prevention, part of the important fabric of homelessness prevention. I just wanted to add in those couple of last things. Thank you, Mayor Alcock.
I think it went to Councillor Morrison, unless I missed you, Councillor Schumacher. Okay, all right. I think you had your hand up, actually. So
I did. No, it's
Councillor
okay.
Schumacher, Councillor Morrison.
This side of the table's better.
Yeah. No, lots this morning. This side was quite active, just saying. Yes.
Thank you, through Chair Alcock, to our guests. Sandra, you mentioned numbers on your wait list, and I have probably close to 30 years, but I don't want to say that out loud, in the developmental sector. And so, yes, prior to COVID, say the wait list was around a 7-year mark. I think when I was working with community living, is that gone up, or are we about the same, or?
Through you, Madam Chair. It is a little bit longer than that. So the 1-bedroom units are the most needed in our community, and the wait is closer to 8 years, possibly even longer currently.
Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and through you. Before I ask my question, Mayor Alcock, are we after Director Maxwell's report, are we having like an open session?
We are.
Okay,
yes.
great. So I'll
Yep.
save a lot of that stuff for then.
Okay.
But thank you, Director Daleman and Commissioners Beers. Question, the money that we're spending right now on the hotel stays, do you have a number on that? On how much it is that's being spent?
I have an approximate, and it does fluctuate. So a couple of things through you, Madam Chair. We work with our motels to create, like if we're able to do a monthly versus a nightly or a week by week. And a lot of motels are happy to work with us. In Huntsville, I know because of the additional tax, we do have an agreement that we don't pay that additional tax for this particular purpose. So we are also working with a variety of motels, and so some of them, because of their location, are able to do a lower rate, and some are unfortunately not able to, and also because they need to also make their ends meet. So we're very understanding of the economic side of things as well. So when I give these numbers, they do fluctuate, but it's easily 50,000 or more a month towards motel costs.
That's across Muskoka.
Yes, across Muskoka. Yeah.
Follow up.
Okay, and just to follow up to that, and follow up to Deputy Mayor Armour's comment, when there's such a gap now between market rent and the affordable rent, like 1,000 and change for a one bedroom, and I think there's a big risk now with some of these units coming off a 20-year plan, 20-year program. There's a lot of incentive for them to go to market rent if it's truly an investment, where they can get 2,000 for that unit or 1,800 for that unit. I love the program. I wonder if there's an amount of money that would entice them to stay in the program. That might be half of what we pay for new builds. You know, we're paying 80 to 100,000 for a new affordable unit. Maybe for 40, they would stay on the program. And how would you do that? Wait until they actually have a tenant leave? Because otherwise you're giving them 40 grand to still be on the program. What are your thoughts on that?
That was actually one of the reasons we brought the report back to committee last summer to raise the amount of capital incentive, was because we were finding that private developers were not incentivized given the amounts that we did. We also know that in other areas of the province, there actually is a higher dollar amount per unit that is actually issued. And we in Muskoka haven't needed to do that before. We haven't had to come up to as much of a dollar unit per unit as other areas have had to do, because we've generally had, it's not cheaper costs of construction. We've had people willing to come to the table for $80,000 per unit, whereas places that are closer to the GTHA have historically been up to $120,000, maybe even $150,000 per unit for the same kind of affordability period. So we just watch we watch the applications, and this year we've had, as Sandra said, applications already for 43 or 45 new units under the MAHIP program. So that's a sign to us that the additional capital incentive that we had approved last year is doing what it's supposed to do. It's incentivizing applications to come forward. But if we see that through the market economy that we're not getting applications, or that we're hearing that we need to have more dollars per unit to act as an incentive, then we can do that too. The other aspect of it is that if it is a multi-residential unit that is built by a nonprofit or built directly as part of the district's own stock, then we know that it will be kept affordable in perpetuity, because it either is the district controlling that decision, which we're not there to make a profit, we're there to serve people. And, or a nonprofit organization, by virtue of their articles of incorporation, also have to abide by their nonprofit status. So we know that as well. And so, you know, in the last round of our federal provincial affordable housing funding, we were able to allocate monies to a nonprofit organization for their new affordable housing units in Gravenhurst. And we know that they will be kept affordable in perpetuity long after the affordability period is kept. So that's another dynamic. And our council has been, quite supportive of continuing to work in partnership with the private sector. There's excellent relationships here in Muskoka between government and nonprofits and the private sector, for sure. We're not seeing a reason why we would need to take a staff report to committee to recommend anything different than that, but that there are different business decisions and factors that play into those business decisions based on the business structure of the organization that has built the unit.
If I just further to that question, at one point there was some possibility or thought that if one of the developers who had entered into an agreement, and if their unit is coming to its end of life, let's say 20 years, that if we offered more incentive to them if they want to do some upgrading to the unit, and it might buy another 10 years or whatever. I can't remember what the status of that is or if we've considered it.
We don't have anything that we've put in front of committee and council as a decision on that yet. I know it was a topic that was under discussion along with a number of things, and I believe that we had talked about that last summer, but had not brought that forward as part of the suite of recommendations in front of CAPS committee at that time. We can absolutely consider that going forward, for sure.
Just if there's some interest, if we've heard of interest, I know of one developer who had suggested that, but if you feel there isn't enough interest, then probably not, but if there is, it seems like another way to keep those units in the market, right? And for maybe not as much money. So I think, all right, along the table, I can't remember who's, okay, I'm going to Monty, Councillor Cloutier.
Through you, Mayor Alcock. One thing it was, for a person that builds these, developer to build these units, do they get, through that time period, property tax breaks too? Like, why are they having to pay, this is just another incentive. I think that if they don't get them already, that they could get property tax breaks. Has that ever been thought of? And another two-part one. Okay, so this developer, I own the building, it's been 15 years, and I want to sell it. And my partner here wants to buy it. How is that locked in that he's got to carry this on? Thank you.
Through the chair, and thank you for that question. I'll answer your last question first. Typically, there is a mechanism by which if one developer wants to sell to another developer under federal provincial programs, there is actually a way that we can work with the new, not developer, but the new purchaser to assume the conditions of the affordability agreement. And there's generally a process by which any service manager, so any municipal government that delivers housing and homelessness programs, would do to assess the financial viability of that. So there would have to be a certain amount of equity reflected in the sale price. There has to be, a guarantee that the units would continue to be affordable and so on. And if those conditions aren't met, then we would ask for a return of some funding, or they would, depending on how their funding allocation is arranged, and in the federal provincial programs, for every single program that's created, there's a different way that the province or the feds will actually issue funding. So either they would not get the remainder of their funding if they're getting the affordability payments on a yearly basis, or they would have to pay us back a certain amount of money in order to be released from their obligation.
Okay, thank you.
And your first question, taxes, property taxes. You're absolutely correct. Property tax relief, whether in perpetuity or for a period of time such as 10 years, is an excellent mechanism to be able to add further incentivization for the creation of multi-residential affordable housing, for sure.
Thank you.
It's an excellent mechanism, and are we doing it? I don't think so.
I don't believe we are doing it.
So that's a good note.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And in some jurisdictions, The property tax relief has been for a period of 10 years, with the acknowledgement that the first 10 years are typically the most difficult for a new developer to make their pro forma work. So, and then after a period of 10 years, then it's expected that the developer, the landlord, the owner has the ability to pay the property taxes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's really useful. Is it Councillor Fitzgerald next? Or am I, okay, oh, was it Councillor Clark? Okay, well, let's go with Councillor Clark. What?
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Thank you for your presentation. I think if I've heard anything today around the table so far, I really like the idea that Deputy Armour brought up, as well as Mayor Alcock, Councillor Morrison also mentioned it. What do we do to keep existing properties on the program as they come up for renewal? I think that is a super important aspect to look at, because if we don't keep them on the program, we're going to be chasing our tail all the time to try to get new developers to build, and we'll never keep up with the problem. So I think for sure the district needs to explore that option. Maybe it's with property tax incentives to renew that agreement. Maybe it's renovation and upgrades credit somehow. But if I've heard anything so far today around the table, that's something that I think most of us think that's a great idea. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Clark. And now Councillor Fitzgerald, over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming and doing your presentation. I appreciate it. What is the income threshold for people to qualify for the housing program? So I know there's probably some different scenarios, but.
That is actually a very complicated question to answer, believe it or not. So basically, the historical social housing stock was built for deep rent geared to income levels, and there are things called household income limits, which guide the maximum income that a household can have, depending on their family size, to go into rent geared to income housing. And it might generally be around $30,000 for an area, for our area. And in terms of affordable housing, we basically would look at whether a household was capable of paying, in general, 80% of the average market rent in order to be able to go into a house, which means their income could be above the $30,000 for some of the affordable housing programs. In some jurisdictions, there is a maximum income that is a maximum household income that is used to define whether a household is eligible to go into a new affordable housing unit. And that's usually around the 60th decile of household income for renter households, which typically would be around $60,000 to $65,000. But we generally here have just said if they're able to go in and they're able to pay the, say, 80 to 100% of average market rent, then and if we have to issue a rent supplement to top that up, then we can do that as well to address deeper affordability. So I'm sorry, it's not just a cookie. It's not a cookie cutter answer, I'm afraid. But what it does is it reflects that housing continuum, where we might find households that are at various points on the continuum have different abilities to afford something. And as an example, somebody who's working minimum wage at a coffee place might be able to afford more, would be able to afford more than somebody who's on Ontario Works, as an example.
Thanks for that. And a follow-up, if I may, Your Worship. We keep looking for developers and big developments. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for us to educate single homeowners for secondary suites and carriage houses and incentivize that. I know there are programs out there, but I'm a contractor as well, and I talk to a lot of people out there, and I say there are funds available to help you and assist you in building a secondary suite, whether it be in your home or standalone on your property, and nobody's aware of it. So if you can explain that a little bit and figure out how we can share that with the public, because I think a lot of one-ofs may solve some of our problem.
Sandra?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Alcock. Thank you very much for your question, Councillor Fitzgerald. We do, through the Muskoka Housing Task Force, which I believe you were part of many of those groups, that was one project, sub-project, that the group had come up with to clarify, to remarket, to get the word out about all of that. So some things have changed since the task force kind of took a pause. So in terms of some of the rules of engagement and a little bit on the funding and the programming. So all of that to say, with our new housing projects group, that is one of the top priorities in the next couple of months, really. Work has been done. We're just about to kind of take a look, finalize, and then work with our marketing group, our marketing team, communication team, to get the word out a lot more, because we see the same thing. There's a lot of people that may have some space somewhere in their current property that, with a little bit of knowledge, a little bit of understanding of the funding, and taking a look, if before it used to be $15,000, with inflation costs and construction costs going up, we need to look at a higher amount, maybe the $25,000 kind of range for that secondary suite program. So coming soon to a home near you. Yeah, coming. Yeah.
That's a great response. I love that. Is this a follow-up to that?
Yeah, thanks for that. And I think the socioeconomic benefits of that, people retiring, people maybe with needs, that we're working on building a more sense of community as well. So I think maybe more focus needs to be put in that area. So I look forward to it being incentivized a little bit more, and if I can help out again, I'm happy to.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you very much. I'm just curious, I think you said you had 40 or 43 applicants this year. With to be, what, $4.3 million. How much is in the kitty, and how do you decide who gets it?
If I may, for you, Mary Alcock. So, very good question. So our budget that we have is set each year through the budget process. So we have made a recommendation. It is not 4.3 million. It is significantly less because we did not have full uptake on the program last year. So at this moment, we know that we're going to have a criteria to assess these applications by, and there might be a priority group, a priority to location, might be a priority to the type of housing needed based on the need in the communities. We're not sure how that's going to look yet, but we definitely have to look at what that final amount is that we have to spend and exactly how best to allocate across all of Muskoka. Absolutely. But you're bang on with the numbers. Yes.
On the numbers question, it just sort of related, programs like COB, I'm assuming, is provincially funded, and that's relatively new, or? I think it is, and then we're tied to that very clear direction as to how we spend it, right?
So, yes, thank you for the question. That particular program, absolutely, it is very specific. It is actually, even though we do the eligibility and applications in Muskoka, the province is the one that the Ministry of Finance pays the client directly, just like you'd get a tax credit for child tax benefit. That's how it comes to the client. So then it becomes portable, and we're given an allocation of how many clients and how much we can do. And twice now in this past fiscal year, we have used all of our budget, and we've let the province know, and they have come back and they've increased. They've given us another bucket. So we're now on our third bucket of money, which we're taking from other municipalities, basically, which is great. So we can spend it. And so we've got a lot of people on our wait list for that benefit, and we just keep working away until we help as many people as we can.
I have to say, that sounds like an excellent program. First time I've heard about it today. Anyway, I think Councillor Stone.
I do. So here in Huntsville, there are only 55 people accessing the rent supplement rate now. That seems unbelievably low, given the inflation rates and post-pandemic and how many people are out there eating Mr. Noodles every night because they are struggling and don't even know there's a program available?
Thank you for your question. I don't know if it's that people don't know that the program is available. There are eligibility requirements to be part of that particular rent supplement program. So one of the requirements is they need to have a place, and the landlord also needs to enter into an agreement for 5 years along with the tenant. And the rental amount has to fall within what we have for our average market rent. We go slightly above that 1,000 for the one bedroom. We have a little bit of range, but not a lot. So right there, you're already seeing the barriers. So we are working on coming back shortly with a recommendation to increase that level so that we can help more people. And we do have a budget, and we have a little bit of room to continue to support people in that program. So there are some. It is complicated, but there are lots of people that know about that, and if they cannot qualify for that program, maybe the landlord isn't prepared to sign, let's say. We do have a temporary housing benefit that we created during COVID, where it is, we don't ask for that. It's not as much of a benefit, but it is something that locally, the funding, we can help someone out every month. And in fact, because we created it to be so flexible, we often will stack on top of another program to really help a client with a deeper subsidy to stay housed where they are so that we can help prevent homelessness.
Thank you very much. That was wonderful.
Great response. Councillor Morrison.
And through you, Mayor Alcock. First of all, I mean, thank you so much for what you guys do. We care so much about this. It's part of what we care about, but it's what you guys live in every single day. I can't imagine what it must be like to see people struggling as part of your job on a constant basis. So I love that you're also looking at the mental health aspect and how that's being affected. The question, when you're thinking about criteria, obviously you're working for the entire district, so maybe there's an allocation that each town or township needs to get a certain amount. But another thing I noticed in Fredericton, New Brunswick, I believe it is, they have what they refer to as density bonuses. So they focus on more funding for those developers that are developing more smaller units. And you must be seeing a calling for more smaller units, even studio size. I wonder if that might be something to consider down the road, because if you can take a piece of land and put 30 studios or 10 one or two bedrooms, then we're helping 30 people out. And maybe that's some idea anyway for that. And sorry, as a follow-up or a continuation, former Mayor Aitchison is always talking about the north of $1 billion that the feds had allocated for affordable housing initiatives across the country, and the fact that a fraction of that has been spent. I know at the last corporate services meeting we're talking about a unit that you guys are putting together. Have you heard if that money is starting to trickle out through CMHC, or is it still tied up?
Harbona?
Thank you for that question, and through your worship. CMHC has a number of different funding pots that they issue. So we know that there's the Rapid Housing Initiative, which is on its third round right now, or its third phase. And you are correct, we are bringing forward an application under that program, which we will submit to CMHC by the middle of March. And we will have further information about that at an upcoming district council meeting. The CMHC also has a co-investment fund, which can be applied to by private or nonprofit developers. And it is different from the Rapid Housing Initiative. And I believe that might be the fund that is under applied for. There are very stringent requirements under that fund for accessibility requirements that go above and beyond the AODA. And there are also very stringent requirements for environmental considerations, which some developers just find that the requirements are too onerous. It's actually something that is on our radar, that bringing a forum for more information about the variety of different funding pots available would be probably of great interest to this area. And it's actually on a bucket list for us. We're having a meeting with the housing projects team tomorrow, and it's actually one of the items that we were going to touch on. So it depends on which funding pot is being applied for. The Rapid Housing Initiative was actually oversubscribed to. Like, they got something in the first 2 rounds, something like 5 times the amount of funding that they have to allocate under the RHI was applied for. Whereas, so there's a little bit of a, it's not completely balanced between CMHC pots of funding. And then, of course, we also get federal provincial funding, which is allocated to us. And under a number of different items, as Sandra outlined, we talked about COB in a few of these questions here. We also get OFI and COCHI, Ontario Priorities Housing Initiative, which can be used to incentivize the creation of affordable housing. And that comes with requirements as well. And we had no problem spending that funding last year. And then there's COCHI, which is Canada-Ontario Community Housing Initiative, and that is quite often used to do repairs in our really older social housing stock. So each of those comes with a different set of criteria that we have to meet or that proponents have to meet. And so that's just a bit of a snapshot. And it could be, I would imagine that former Mayor Aitchison's comment might have had to do with that fund under the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, which is called co-investment. That would be my guess. Yeah.
That's great. And it sounds like if we are renewing the task force, this might be an item that could be brought forward in the task force. That's great. I have a quick question about Gateway. And there was reference somewhere in here in Gateway, and I know it has a separate board, used to. And at one point, there was a discussion around maybe rethinking how the dollars from Gateway would be spent. And I wondered if you two could expand for this group, because I don't know if everybody knows what Gateway is.
I'll give it a shot. Thank you for your question. So Gateway, for the group, Gateway is a home ownership program. So someone could apply for some funding to help with a down payment on purchasing of a new home. Gateway was created because of a donation from a community member into a large pot of funding so that we could utilize on a go-forward basis to help people with their down payments. Do they pay back that down payment through that one? I'm not even sure on that one.
It would be, it's structured as a forgivable loan, forgiven over a period of years. So if a homeowner sells their affordable housing owned unit in less than that period of time, they are responsible to pay back, and monies go into like a revolving fund. The district had also run a home ownership program using federal provincial funds, which we haven't done in the last few years because the take-up on it, as house prices have gone up, the take-up on the home ownership program has gone down. But we did have monies that were returned into a revolving fund. So we do have a revolving fund that when we know we have an application for district or for federal provincial funding outside of the Gateway program, then we know we can tap into the revolving fund to meet those needs. Gateway, the team is working with Gateway currently to, I believe, set up an opportunity to go in and have a meeting with the board or the annual general meeting of Gateway in order to be able to continue to develop that partnership along. And last August, we did receive, as part of the report that went forward, we did receive approval to increase the affordable homeownership house value that is allowable under our programs, and now we are just in a formality. We need the formality of that process with Gateway in order for the Gateway board to also be able to accept that new threshold. But home ownership, affordable home ownership programs across the province have, over the past couple of years, really declined in terms of the take-up. So we are very similar to a number of other areas in the province.
Yeah, okay, that's great. Thank you for that. All right, I think we should move on to the next. Kirsten is about to join us. Thank you both. That was amazing. And I echo what Councillor Morrison said. We're so appreciative of how you constantly pivot to try and meet this growing need. Anyway, and thank you for coming here today. But you're staying for Kirsten?
We will stay, and thank you very much, Mayor Alcock and members of Huntsville Council. We really appreciated this opportunity to present, and I hope we were able to answer your questions. Thank you.
And now that you've introduced yourself to everybody, you'll expect that, you know. Oh, apparently, we need a 5-minute to go to the water. Oh, okay, well, all right. Maybe we should just let Councillor Morrison go, and Kirsten will speak slowly. She'll speak slowly. All right, just speak slowly. See, you're halfway there. All right, okay.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. So there's been a lot of discussion already today, so I won't take up too much time reviewing the information in my report. I'll just maybe highlight a few things. We've tried a few things over the years. Some have been successful, some not so successful. Because we're a lower tier, our opportunity for what we can and can't do, I think it all starts with our official plan policies and what development we allow, how we allow it, where we can streamline, where we can't, and what we can do along those lines. So the official plan, when we updated our official plan in 2019, that was one of the items that we worked on the most, was to try and ensure that we were encouraging development that would be the whole realm or spectrum of housing, as noted, and that we would be trying to do it as effectively as possible. One thing that we did try and do that wasn't received well by the development community was look at requiring a certain percentage of all development to be affordable or attainable, and to have that happen in the first phase of a development as compared to the end. A lot of the subdivision development we see is spread out over numerous phases and is meant to be developed in a number of years. And one of the things we looked at was trying to say, okay, maybe in the first phase, 20% should be affordable, and then each phase after that could have a lower amount, so that we were getting the affordability up front. But the development community raised a lot of valid points as to why that wasn't feasible at their end, because all of their costs are up front with the first phase normally, and the highest costs come in with the first phase. So we've tried a few things. I know Councillor Morrison actually raised about density bonusing, which is something that was feasible in a previous iteration of the Planning Act in Ontario. And now we can do it through the community planning permit system. And we have done it in the past, where we allow development to have an increased density or increased height. And in consideration of council approving that, they agreed to make a certain percentage of the units affordable for a time as well. The province has made a lot of changes recently, and some of them we can use, some of them we can't. Inclusionary zoning is not something that's available to us currently. But with the CPP, we do have opportunity to look at some other options and try and incentivize things a little bit. From a funding perspective, the MAT, Municipal Accommodation Tax Budget Principles Policy that was approved by Council, does have funding specifically set aside for affordable housing projects. Until Council determines what those projects should be, we haven't spent any of that money at this point. We did, with the Muskoka Affordable Housing Task Force, one of the things that one of the subcommittees was looking at was CIP, a Community Improvement Plan for Affordable Housing, which could look at incentives, funding incentives that could be across the board for anywhere in Muskoka. Huntsville would have to adopt their own. And we were looking to see what the framework of that would be, that would coincide with the affordable housing policy we have in place, and also look at if there is potential for tax incentives or decreases or deferrals in association with that. Development charges, recently the Act changed as well as to what we have to do and what we were doing anyways. And I know we talked about it a little bit in January, but there is opportunity for second units and third units, not necessarily to have development charges payable on them, so that the upfront costs are much lower for the developer. I think we did also mention before that we do allow, as of right now, on residential lots, 3 units, so that there is opportunity for builders to put in these extra units without having to incur extra charges up front or go through a planning process necessarily. One thing that was raised quite there's been a lot of discussion about with second units and was the requirements for a second unit from a building code perspective, and whether or not it was affordable or able to be done if there were certain fire code restrictions. And I know that some of our builder people will understand the difference in the cost to put in a second unit if you have to have it fully separated so that it's rented completely separately and not an in-law suite, for example. So changes have been made in that regard as well. And finally, I think we have had a couple of projects that we've been working on with private developers. Craig Developments was the one large project. The council did an RFP for the disposition of lands for an affordable housing development, and we did have a successful proponent. They've been working on trying to develop the property for the last 5 years. At this point, we don't have any units that have been developed yet, but we're hopeful that that continues and that we do get some units that are able to be used. And then also the Muskoka Community Land Trust, we've had quite a few discussions with them about property up on Florence Street, and those discussions are ongoing. So I'm here for question.
Okay, thank you for that, Kirsten. Before we move into, this is where we would have just an open dialogue. So I actually am going to ask if I can have someone move a motion to suspend the rules of procedure to allow us to do that. So I need a mover, Councillor Stone. Seconder, Councillor Renwick. It is recommended that the rules of procedure regarding speaking limits be suspended to allow for an open discussion on housing initiatives, and further that they be reinstated at the conclusion of the said matter. All those in favor? That carries. Okay. Does that mean it's an open free-for-all now then? Is that what, no, it doesn't mean that at all, just so we can have that dialogue. Okay, thank you for that. Who would like to go first? I'm not sure, was it you, Councillor Fitzgerald? No, it was Deputy Mayor Armour.
Sure, I'll start this free-for-all. The land trust, Muskoka Land Trust. Now, I know the property they were looking at originally didn't seem to work out, and I know I'm just wondering, have they come down with a concrete price yet on what they're looking to build these buildings and have buildings sold for and land rights? Have they come up with anything yet?
Through you, Your Worship, no. At this time, they haven't. With prices changing pretty quickly in the last few months as well, they hadn't gotten to the point of actually determining what they could offer a unit for.
We can come back to that one. Councillor Stone.
Thank you. So I don't know if this is for inclusionary zoning or not, but if we identified low-lying areas that are not on the waterfront to allow for a higher building than would normally be allowed, I suspect it would be attractive for a builder to build an apartment 5, 8 stories tall. As long as it's not changing our skyline, I think it would be, we could achieve a whole lot in a very short period of time. Is that something that is possible?
Through you, Your Worship, yeah, absolutely. It is something that could be considered. It would be an application that would have to go before Planning Council. The only considerations that we as staff run into quite frequently is developers will say, we're doing this, it's going to be a rental building, and we're going to make sure we keep it affordable. And then it turns out not to be a rental building, and it's going to be ownership. And there's no mechanism for us necessarily to control how much the units can be sold for. The initial cost, yes, in some instances, but then when it goes on, it's much more harder for a municipality to control that sort of thing.
As a follow-up, so increasing the supply, that should help with the pricing. So if it were rental housing, if they were putting up a big apartment building, I don't know that it would need to be affordable necessarily, but increasing the rental housing, which is what is needed across the board, in my opinion. But for us to, rather than waiting for a developer to say, hey, I want to do this there, can we proactively say, and I'm going to use Commerce Park as an example. It's near the highway. It's got full services. There's hills all around. We already did for an apartment or for a hotel, allow a higher build, and you wouldn't even notice it. So can we identify specifically for ourselves, go around and say, okay, that would work, and that would work, and that would work, and have a special zoning for these areas to allow this type of growth?
Sorry, Councillor Stone, I'm just wondering, when you say that, you're not referring specifically to municipal lands, you're looking at private lands when you're saying that?
Correct.
Okay. Kirsten?
It is definitely something staff could be asked to review, where it might be feasible. It's quite difficult for staff to determine on private lands as well what development is feasible or possible, because we don't know what the ground is like and all those other considerations that come along afterwards. But it's something we could be asked to review.
Or consider holding a session of some sort that would have that kind of discussion, that the municipality is a bit more flexible in its thinking, which I think you're referring to, and maybe have as part of the discussion around the developers forum that we have a developers roundtable, and we might be able to raise something like that at the developers roundtable. You know, just to say, get the message out there, I think, if the council had appetite to increase height limits for this purpose.
Is that something we need to discuss before that, or is it just throwing the idea out there?
Throw the idea out, and maybe get a, well, I don't know. I think that we suspended the rules, so there we go. There we go. I think it was Councillor Clark. Maybe it's in relation to this, Councillor Stone. Maybe.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. Councillor Stone's idea is excellent idea, because I think the only way we're going to improve the situation is to increase the rental stock. And what better way to do it than allowing for apartment building types to be constructed in Huntsville? I think that really, we can provide incentives to builders to build fourplexes and sixplexes and whatnot, but when it comes right down to it, the only difference maker is going to be larger buildings that allow for more people to occupy rental units. So I agree with Mayor Alcock's comments about it. It would be good to set up maybe a committee, or have it in one of the committees that we have arranged already, to see what private interest there may be from landowners that would be interested in having their property considered for that type of development. I think there would be probably developers who would be very interested in that very type of development for Huntsville.
Thank you for that. And the committee I'm talking about is something that exists, and we haven't had one since the last, since before the election, but we do have one coming up, I think at the end of this month. So that will certainly go on the agenda if there's a general nod around the table, and I think there probably is. There's no harm in doing that. Okay, thank you for that, and over to Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Your Worship. Which committee is that you're referring to? Which committee would that be?
It's a committee that it didn't meet on a monthly basis. It was once a quarter. And the mayor held the meetings with other members of district council, because originally it was struck to talk about ongoing servicing requirements in the town of Huntsville and issues that our development community was having with respect to sewer and water, and other issues of that nature. And district staff attend that as well. Commissioner Zweers was at the last one, as was Commissioner Steele, and as all of our senior staff as well. And it's really a forum to be able to talk about with some of the key development players in our community, to say, these are issues that we're encountering. Is there a way we can work together to get through them? But I will say, the last one that I attended, the whole question of housing. It did come into the discussion, and I think there was general agreement, the CAO can correct me if I'm wrong, that we might actually have another meeting to deal specifically with housing. But we are scheduling one, as I said, for the end of this month.
Okay. So probably best to go over, Tom. I don't think you want me regurgitating my 7 pages of notes right now, but at some point I'll get it all out there. One of my proposals deep into my notes here was I think I would love to have a committee and or task force just at the Huntsville level formed. I would love to chair it, or at least be heavily involved, called a Community Wellness Committee. You've heard me talk about what I think are the 3 pillars of our community, the three-legged stool, being affordable housing, mental health, and opiate addiction. And I believe if any one of those legs of the stool are compromised, the entire stool could fall down. And I love the report from district team there about the acknowledging the impact on mental health from affordable housing. I believe I did a post on Facebook the other day just because there was a lady in Bracebridge that was looking for another job, and it just struck me that she was struggling. So I just wanted to get her story. And then my DMs got flooded by people. And it was, and I'm talking people with high-paying jobs. I'm talking, like, I've got probably 10 stories here from people. I won't tell you the whole stories, but one person was a lady who's got 3 kids. The husband's not in the picture anymore. She has a really, really good job. Pre-COVID, she was donating to the food bank, taking kids to tournaments, to hockey and everything else. Well, now the only way her kids play sports is through Jumpstart, and she goes to the food bank for food, not to donate, right? So this is a huge, huge, huge concern. Her mental health is struggling so much now that it's also affecting her children, and on and on and on. So I believe that if we had a committee that's looking at all 3 of those legs of the stool, and what we can do, we have all got ideas on how to do it. I think it'd be very effective. And then we look at stuff like Bob's talking about. Then we go and we can do drive-arounds and check out these lots and report back on what we think can happen. I think that'd be pretty awesome if we could look at that.
I think that's a fantastic suggestion, and I'm wondering if there's a particular motion, what you'd like that to look like, if you want to propose what that committee looks like, Councillor Morrison, or if you want staff to work with staff as to what that committee should look like, if it has support from staff, if it's a number of councillors, what your thinking is around that, or would you like a general motion around this table to say, direct you to work with staff on that committee and bring it back, or what's your thinking around that?
So my thinking is being nimble and getting this done quick, because I think if we create it quickly, Bob knows I'm trying to pick up pace on certain things, but we're behind already. I mean, we know we're behind on every single thing we're trying to do, not to our fault, right? Because of COVID took gasoline and threw it on an already burning inferno for what's going on. So my direction would be if we could strike a motion, or if it needs to be a motion, to allow me to work with either Director Maxwell, Councillor Stone, whoever it is, to come up with a framework and report back as soon as possible to put that into motion, so we're having a consistent and sustained dialogue about these 3 major issues.
Okay, I think that sounds fine. I think the clerk needs a little more, do you have enough wording that you need like a minute or 2? And CAO Corey is about to jump in. I hear your comment about nimble, totally get it, and what you're looking for is a motion here today that speaks to this committee, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, Community Wellness Committee.
Okay, Community Wellness Committee. All right, CAO Corey.
Thank you, Worship. So I think the next step certainly would be for Councillor Morrison to speak with staff just to provide a clear understanding of what you'd like it to be. I'm sensing that the clerks sort of cringe when they hear the word committee, because that makes it very formal, and agendas and resolutions and minutes and everything. So I think we would need the opportunity to chat with the clerks as well as Director Maxwell to see how we can move this forward. So I personally don't think it requires a resolution or motion at this time. I think we just have a conversation and we can report back at a subsequent meeting.
We could report back at our next, if you want it to be quick, you want to report back soon.
Sure. And if I may, See, Corey, then could we call it a task force or working group to make it, we don't need to use the word committee. That doesn't,
about
you know,
working
so-
group?
Working group, yeah, working group would be great.
I think our clerk, our deputy clerk is about to jump in here.
I understand what you're saying, calling it something different, but if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, then it's a duck. So we can call it whatever we want, but if it's a committee, it's a committee. So in regards to that, I would love the opportunity to follow up on what you're wanting to do. I understand you're wanting it to be a little bit more nimble. And when we are talking about committees, there's public process. So it certainly is probably not, nimble is not the word I would describe. So in regards to that, if we can just have a bit of a discussion and see what you're looking for, then we would be happy to work with you and bring back something that works well.
So I think that's great, and all you need then from us today is a general round of approval from council that they think that's a great idea. And then about you two talking about doing something that's nimble. And if I just look around the table, a quick show of hands, this is a great idea. There you go. You have the support. You now have you can talk to Crystal and figure that one out, okay? No, we can't do that. I just broke the rules, okay? Ignore everything I just said. Sorry. See, I should have turned left before I did that. I was stepping out. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Worship. If I can just add, so just for clarification to committee, it's the reason that we don't require a motion is because it's simply a discussion. If there was direction being given to implement it and bring it forward, we'd require a motion, but it's simply a great conversation with Councillor Morrison and some staff, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
So my straw vote idea was really, really bad. But you have an idea now about. Okay, that's really great. Thank you for that, Councillor Morrison. So I'm assuming the other ideas that you have could be discussed further in that particular forum, and they will come back to this whole body for further discussion then. That's really great. Okay, all right. So who else have I missed? Anyone else? I have a question about the CIP. At one point, it was in your note, about the community improvement plan for housing in particular, and we were going to cover the whole municipality. And I know it was supposed to tie into the district's efforts in that regard. Is there any thought? Is there any reason? Do we pursue that? Do we leave it alone? Your thoughts?
Good question. I wanted to follow up with the people that were on the Housing Task Force, the subcommittee that looked at financial tools, because they were the ones that were reviewing and evaluating what worked and what didn't work and whether or not we could implement it. And so I didn't get the opportunity to speak with them more about it. I don't want to put Sandra on the spot either about that. But I think it's something that if we think it's feasible, staff would look at it a bit further and then bring forward a report as to whether or not you wanted it to be something we considered.
Okay, that's great. I think, Sandra, can I ask if that is something, you had made reference to the larger housing task force coming back, and is that the sort of discussion that you had thought we might be dealing with that? Because those discussions will inform this new group that Councillor Morrison is also putting together. So, yes, you may, absolutely. I'm looking to my right and left. Yes, you may.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your question. While we have not a specific plan yet for the task force, I will open it up just to say we should talk to kind of update on where we left off on that particular subcommittee. And then that might inform your next steps of what you would like to do. I would like to go back and refresh on all of, because there were several subcommittees within each of the, or several projects within each of the subcommittees. So that is one that we have not moved forward on as of yet, but I do know that there were some loose ends. So let's you and I start with a conversation, if that's okay, and then we'll see where that takes us. And then if it becomes something we bring back as part of the larger task force, then so be it.
Okay, that's great, because one of them too was the development tools. And there was a full report on that. And I think a lot that would speak to the efficiencies that you're talking about, Councillor Morrison, and they haven't been adopted. In fact, I'm not sure any of them have been adopted, but I can't remember that. So that would be a very good one to bring back. Okay.
It's on the list.
Yes, Kirsten?
Thank you. Further to that, with all of the changes the province has implemented in the last year, with all of the Planning Act changes and development charges changes and all those things as well, I don't know whether or not it would be an effective tool anymore to consider, because some of those things that we might have been able to incentivize may be already something that we just have to do now as a matter of course,
Right,
which is
that's
great
good.
if that's the
Absolutely.
case. But
You're right. Yep, absolutely right. Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, Chair Alcock. I would agree with Councillor Stone. I mean, if we can get going on apartment-type buildings, I think a lot of what we heard too when we were campaigning is, yes, affordable, but also just even less than market value, whatever, for people who are looking for people to come and work for them, and they can't actually find a place to live here. So creating those opportunities, I know I talked to you a bit about like Solterra type homes they have in Bracebridge, where you can put a few units together with a combined, kitchenette thing, so it cuts down on some costs. Students who have just come out of university are used to like that apartment style of living, creating those opportunities for companies to maybe house their employees in. And I know a lot of our houses have been picked up by corporate people in the area because they need housing for Tim Hortons, or they need housing for, Harvey Swiss Chalet. And so they end up buying up what houses are available and then trying to put a bunch of people into a home to create opportunities to have employees in the area. So I guess my thing is, how do we look to that group? Because I think that's a big group that we need to provide housing for as well.
May I respond to that? Because I totally agree with you, and a bit different from what Councillor Morrison's talking about his nimble committee or whatever. One of the things, there's nothing stopping the Solterra group, right? So to me, there is a lot around communication. It's a bit like that reference to the developers forum. It's one forum to speak with them and say, we'll be more flexible if you will do that. The last time we talked to developers about inclusionary zoning, they said absolutely not, rejected it outright. But times have changed, and our ability to be more flexible has also changed. So I almost think that there's still room for a housing forum to bring in all of the different players into one room for a day, a half day, whatever, to talk about all of those things, because there isn't anything stopping a group that wants to build a Solterra house. They have to do it. And it used to be that there used to be all sorts of planning hurdles, but those planning hurdles are not here with us anymore. So it just takes getting the groups together, the education, to do it. So I still really like the idea of hosting a housing forum that covers a bunch of the different areas and bringing in all of the people that could potentially be doing things or making those connections for people. So that would be something I'd love to be part of organizing at some point. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. I agree with your comments for sure. And I think we need to really be proactive and that those folks know that, that we're open for business for this type of development. And maybe we should look into that even before, that housing meeting. I think we need to know, we need to let the developers know that, this is the need. We're open for business here, and we would look forward to talking to you about these type of developments. For example, apartment buildings or whatever it might be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. All right. Councillor Morrison. This is great.
I promise this will be my last
No,
comment with
no
this.
need for that.
I'm not going to lose the room by detailing all this. I'll bring this to my nimble committee that I'll one day have. Group, it's a
Group.
discussion, it's a forum, it's
a-
something, it's something. So I want to, and I'll go quickly through this. This is my list of what I think needs to be on the table. Not all of it's going to be feasible, but I think if we all come to the table when we finally do bring something back with ideas, but I want everyone to consider these ideas. I'm a little outside the box, I'm a bit goofy sometimes, but I've got some ideas I think will work, but I need to know if people have already tried these and if they won't work. So some of the things I have, I want a long-term vision, not like a 6-month, 8-month, 10-month, like a 10-year vision on how we make improvements with affordable housing and mental health. One thing I'd like to do, I'd like to halt the approval of any STRs. And I know I've been talking with members of staff on what we can and can't do legally. So I do have a motion over here I'd like to propose later about directing staff to find out what we can legally do as far as halting STR approvals while we tackle the affordable housing crisis. I don't believe in halting any STRs that are currently in the pipeline. I think if anyone bought a home and followed all the rules and did everything they were supposed to do and did what we demanded of them, I don't think we should stop that. I think it's going forward so the public knows if you're buying a house tomorrow and you think you're going to apply for an STR, it may not be available, might not be an option available. Because there's a lot of houses that could be either owned by families or lived in by long-term renters right now that I think I'd like to return to the housing stock. And we can discuss whether the bedrooms in someone's home doesn't qualify, but that's another discussion. I would love to have a significant amount of money from the MAT tax to go towards community wellness. Julia, Director McKenzie was giving me some figures. We've got a significant amount of money in the coffers for that. And I think we're not much of a tourist town if we don't have people that can work in the hotels, restaurants, and bars and everything else, right? So I'm talking as high as $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 that we could bring into a fund, and it can be used to piggyback the MAHIP fund. So we don't have to have a group of staff vetting people. If you are qualified for the MAHIP funding, maybe we can tack on an extra $20,000, $30,000 a unit, or we can pay for the development charges or whatnot. I think we need to get units in right away, or maybe that's how we entice people coming out of the program to stay in the program, right? I believe we need more incentives than ever due to the rise in rental rates. So that is like what I discussed earlier, the density bonuses. I think that's something that could work. And another thing on my list is what Councillor Schumacher brought up. I think major employers, if they come to the table with ideas that they want to build some staff housing, we need to look at being very accommodating on that. If it's like units like that with a common kitchenette, little tiny studio units, that's great because that brings those people out of the rental pool that are looking for units, which brings the price down to the overall public, right? I would love to do an inventory of our town-owned land, but that's something that we can discuss if we get a group going, and incentivize developers to build only affordable housing units on the town-owned land. And maybe we can lock them in for longer periods of time so that 25 years from now, we're in a better situation. I would like to look at, and this is one I might get some grief for because people might think we're selling our soul, but I'd like to go look at naming rights for town-owned facilities and for the money raised from naming rights to go into affordable housing and community wellness initiatives. I'm talking about why couldn't it be a XYZ Canada Summit Center, XYZ Conroy Park, and so on and so forth, right down to Muskoka Heritage Place, down to the pickleball courts, tennis courts. I'm not saying everything has a price, but we're not trying to raise money for public works. We're trying to raise money so people can afford to live in our communities, because no matter how much money we raise for our hospitals and our facilities, if the core of our community leaves, we don't have much. I know of a few musicians that are leaving. They got good jobs. They're musicians. They're leaving town because they can't afford to live here. Single moms, single dads are leaving town because they can't afford to live here. So yes, it sounds like it's weird, but we're not looking to have Scotiabank arenas everywhere and whatnot. But I was just in Orangeville, and the steps in the arenas in Orangeville have advertising on them. Didn't look too bad, didn't bother anybody, and who knows how many thousands of dollars they might be raising. If that allows one more person to stay in our town, then why not, right? And I definitely want to look at tiny home communities, mobile home communities, secondary suites, more severances in rural communities that might allow more secondary units in the rural community, because not everybody just wants to live downtown. Even though I know that we have a plan for more high-density urban development, I get that. So this goes against that a bit, but at the end of the day, we need more access to land. I want to have some serious discussions with MPP Graydon Smith which I will, just about the Landlord-Tenant Act. The act itself is not a problem. It's the resources that the province has put towards the act that is the problem. You know, when somebody has to wait 8 months to get rid of a bad tenant, it hurts good tenants, right? It's really bad. And another long chat with MP Aitchison about the money that Commissioner Weirs was talking about that is quite honestly being held up. Like the feds promised over $1 billion, but they put such restrictions on it that it's not getting to where it needs to be to help the problem. So they could have promised $10 billion for that matter. It's not doing anything. And also looking at potentially a dedicated planner for larger developers, larger developments, so that it's one planner. Our planning department does amazing, but they're overworked. The amount of stuff that comes on their plate is huge. So rightly so, when a development comes into planning that is for affordable housing and whatnot, they can only move so fast because they have this many things in front of them. So maybe we look at a staffing complement to help get these units built quicker. So that's just a thought. And believe it or not, that's all I have.
And that is a great list.
Okay, thank you.
No, I think that's all really good stuff and could respond to a bunch of it because, again, I think the fact that you want to set up your working group is a really good place to take a lot of that too and have further discussions with staff. Because my immediate response on a number of them is, I totally agree when you talked about workers, housing for the resorts and whatever. We actually asked the Deerhurst in their last build, they were supposed to provide housing, right? And they didn't. So it's part of how, and I'll go back to the same question. We can say a number of things, what we are expecting, but they have to step up, right? It's not just, it's sort of, I don't know if we've been purposely trying to put obstacles in their way. They actually have not stepped up until the last year, and I, like you, have heard from a number of people in the development community that seem ready to start doing it because it is affecting their bottom line, because they can't get workers, because their workers can't find a place to live. So I've heard from that, and I agree completely with your list. A lot of great stuff in there, Scott. It's really good. So are you content with taking that, giving it to your group, and then working with staff, and then coming back to this table with suggestions as to, all right, we can move forward with this, or we can discuss this item and whatever. That sounds good. Councillor Fitzgerald, did you? No? Yeah. No? Okay, all right. I thought I saw a hand there.
I have a comment now that you called me out.
Okay,
Your
good,
Worship.
good,
Thank you.
excellent, good.
Thanks, Councillor Morrison. You know, I had almost the same list here, but I don't think I could have delivered in the same manner. So I like your enthusiasm, and it's going to be enjoyable to see some of this stuff come to fruition quickly.
Last comment for me is, will you consider the idea of the housing forum on your list? That, you know, the idea of pulling together all of these things as part of a communication piece, doing all of that. Will you include that as part of your list for discussion?
Yes, I would love that. And you and I have had discussions for a while about that, and we're on the same page. So 1,000%, I'd love that to be something we pull off in the near future. Yep.
Perfect. Okay, great. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? That was fantastic, and thank you all for having this discussion, and Kirsten for putting together that note. There's a whole lot. And rest assured, the community, the Muskoka Community Land Trust issue is coming back to this table in the near future. Yeah. And thank you both for staying and listening to this very enthusiastic crowd here. Councillor Stone.
Thank you. Could I, before they leave, can I ask one more question?
Yes, you may. No.
you had talked to me before about the Good Renters program that the district had.
Yes, that was a fantastic program. It was a pilot, but certainly, Sandra, you can talk about, we're bringing that back, right?
The good renter?
Your Good Renter certificate. Do you remember the certificate, Rent Smart? Yeah. And that's an excellent program, and we are bringing it back in I think.
Yes,
Yes,
we are.
okay.
So absolutely.
Tell everybody what it is.
Great question. So Rent Smart is a program that helps people understand their rights and responsibilities as a renter, how to be a good renter. It also helps landlords understand their rights and responsibilities and how to be a good landlord. There's two sides to it. And so what we have worked on so far is we've had run courses. It's a 12-hour course for people who are renters to go through. There's guest speakers, there's learning about fire code and different things, how to clean, what the responsibilities are, budgeting. And at the end, they come out with a certificate. And the certificate says, I understand how to be a good renter and what's involved in that. And if we are able to do more of that and also let our landlords across Muskoka know about this program, whether we go through with a landlord program or not, they're landlords, they can be a good landlord, but they can recognize that having that certificate means something. So then it helps our folks that are taking the program get one step ahead of another person who may be looking to rent. And it continues to keep our stock in good shape as well. So what we have done, because it became a program that through COVID, we just didn't have the staff to manage that. But we have a great partner with the YWCA who have taken on the training for some of their folks to do the training. And they do courses all the time, not just for women, but they do courses and they're going to run a series of the Rent Smart program for people who want to be part of that and receive that. So we're starting this year to ramp that up more, and we will look at the landlord side as well, and at least have that awareness given to landlords for Rent Smart. And that was an initiative through the task force as well. Thank you.
And I bet I know your follow-up question.
Well, not a question, but simply how wonderful it is, given that the Landlord-Tenant Act it needs to be fixed, and this allows landlords to choose renters that would have gone through this program. They're proactive. They're probably going to be chosen before this unknown is chosen to rent their long-term property.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. It is a program that started in British Columbia, and it is a program that is often found at universities and colleges to help students as they're coming out when trying to figure out where to live, how to live, and what that all means. And we're looking at implementing that, for example, at Alex's Place with our 12 units as they're learning to be good renters and what's involved in that and what that means. So this program is scalable. It's huge. We can build on that, and we're really excited about it.
And I love this. I love the program, and I'm wondering how we're getting it out there in the community. How are we communicating that?
Right now, we're working with the YWCA, and they're in the training phase, and so they have to go and be trained. It's an extensive training program, and once they have their folks trained and they're ready to go, then we'll partner with them.
There'll be a
to get it.
kickoff of some sort or something. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that, and thanks for that question. It's a great program. Okay, all right. No, it's still on. Sorry, Sandra. They're particularly testy, these things. All right, do I need to pass a motion to get us back in, or we're still good? We're all good. Okay, we're done. Thank you. All right. Drive safely. Okay, you see, that's the thing. Motion to suspend is now over, and I am moving along to our item number 4.2. And I do have a motion that has been moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Renwick. It is recommended that Council commits to contributing to the local share for the funding of 2 hospitals in Muskoka, one located in Bracebridge and one in Huntsville, and further that staff be directed to include in the draft 2023 consolidated budget a contribution from the levy of $230,000 to the local share hospital dedication reserve, And further that staff be directed to continue to work with the Muskoka Algonquin Healthcare Local Share Committee and report back on the recommended local share contribution target for committee's consideration. And further that staff be directed to bring back an amendment to the financial reserve policy to include naming the local share hospital dedication reserve as a specific reserve and specify adequacy and targets of the local share reserve once targets are approved by council. Okay, over to you, Julia.
I'll put this nice and close so that everyone can hear me. I always think that you have to have it right on the spot, so. I do have quite a lengthy report in front of you, and I did include quite a bit of information there. But just to summarize, the local share is the portion of the total cost of the local hospital redevelopment that must be funded by the local community. So this is a requirement of the Ministry of Health for any new hospital project applications. The Muskoka Algonquin Healthcare, so MAC, has been working with local municipalities and foundations to secure funding commitments for this application to build the 2 hospitals in Muskoka. It's expected at this time that the local share commitment will be about 30% of the total project cost and could result in a $225 million locally to be raised, which is significantly higher than they had originally proposed. So with the expectation that 2 hospitals will be located in Huntsville and in Bracebridge, there has been initial funds set aside by both municipalities to contribute to the local share. The town of Bracebridge has committed $115,000 to the levy since 2021, and Huntsville included a one-time transfer from reserves of $115,000 in 2022. So there are various funding and financing sources that we could consider. The first is development charges, which has been brought up before. And under the existing development charge legislation, hospitals are not an eligible service under the Development Charge Act. And the town's current development charge bylaw, no funds are currently being collected for this purpose. So to be able to use DC fundings, we would first have to petition the government to have the legislation changed, followed by a change to the background study for Huntsville, and then a new bylaw, so which could take some time to do. Reserves, they can be used to fund the local share. However, sufficient reserve levels would need to be allocated over the to the local share reserve. So moving the town's reserves over to this local share reserve could result in low levels of reserves available to the towns for its own purposes. If reserves were to be used, it's still expected that other levy funding would still need to be considered to supplement this. The last one is debt. And although debt can be considered to fund the local share, it's important to note that not only would the town have to raise taxation to pay for the principal payments, but then it would also have to raise the levy to pay for the interest payments. So just as an example, as noted on Appendix B of the report, if a debenture was issued for $5 million over 30 years, the total cost to pay back that fund would be over $8.67 million. So it's quite expensive to borrow. So ongoing funding from the local share should be considered to come from the levy at this time. Appendix B does include different scenarios, which provides estimates on the balance that would be available at the end of 10 years, as well as the impact on the taxpayer. So right now we're using a 10-year period, is what's being, it has been out in the media by MAC as being the funds would be needed in 2032, which would be when they expect the hospitals to be ready. So that's why we're using that 10-year period. So once further information is known on the estimated cost of the build, the valuation of the furniture, fixtures, and equipment that can be transferred over, the commitments from other municipalities outside Muskoka, and the goals of both foundations, we can then bring forward a report on the multi-year funding strategy and recommended targets at the end of the 10-year period for us to work towards. But at this time, since we are looking at our budget, we thought it was prudent to bring forward a starting point for committee to consider in the 2023 budget. So this report is recommending that we include $230,000, and that's doubling the amount that was in the previous budget. all to be funded from the levy, which would equate to a 1.29 increase to the levy with an annual impact to the average taxpayer. So that would be on a $300,000 assessment of $15.55 per year. So this will enable to the town to start building this investment funding so we can start earning return on these funds and be in a better position to meet the local share targets over the next 10 years.
Okay, thank you for that, Julia. I was just thinking it was a longer report, but it's so major. Are there any questions or, I have a quick question. Town of Bracebridge has already included $230,000 in their budget, am I right?
I can't comment on that quite yet because they have not yet released their draft budget as of today.
Okay. All right, maybe uh-oh. Uh-oh. I suspect the town of Bracebridge is considering the same amount in their draft budget once it's released. I'm suspecting that that might be the case. All right, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Julia. I think we have to start somewhere. I think we're looking at a 10-year commitment and $230,000 with a $15 increase in property taxes or in per year per person. I think that's doable for now. We have to start somewhere because it's going to happen. So I'm in favor of this.
Thank you for that. Okay, I think it was Councillor Cluche.
If we pass this, say and then the next council comes up, can they remove of what we've starting like for the 10-year process, or is this locked in for our 10 years? Or if somebody can get mad the next one and kick us in?
I'm going to let Julia respond to that. Great question.
So I do believe there's two parts to the answer. The first is that when we do put money into a reserve, it's a council discretionary reserve. So it is correct at any time. Any of our reserves could be changed at council as well. The second part of that is that the MAC is looking at putting in an application, and I believe that we have to have our commitment to them by the end of June. So it would be difficult I believe, for council to show that commitment to the province and then retract it afterwards.
Good. CAO Corey.
Thank you, Your Worship. So if I can just add to that. So the rule of thumb is that a decision cannot be undone that has already commenced. So to Director McKenzie's point, if MAC needs us to have that commitment so that they can submit their application, that is a commitment that can't be undone, in my opinion. The funding source, obviously, future councils can decide how they're going to deal with that, but it's not something that can be undone once it's commenced.
Follow up?
Yeah, follow up on that. That's the answer. I don't want to see this get undone after we started.
Okay.
That's all I was looking for.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. I just had a couple things I wrote down. You mentioned in your report, Director McKenzie, about development charges. And I know that would be a long process we'd have to approach and lobby the government, but I think that is worth looking into. There's other municipalities that are going through builds, local shares to fund hospitals the same as we are right now. So I think it'd be worthwhile looking to collaborate with those other municipalities. It's unlikely the act will be amended, but if we were able to make a change to that, it could certainly help with funding down the road. I think it's worthwhile looking at the very least. And I would absolutely support existing reserve funds being considered for allocation to the local share. I think it would take the pressure off the taxpayers, and I think council should be considering that option as soon as is reasonable. I'm not in favor of debt or debentures to fund the local share, as we can see from Director McKenzie's report. The financial impacts on the taxpayer base are just too high 4 million in interest alone. And of course, interest rates continue to rise. And the total levy required to fund that debt would be 8.7 million. I don't think that's really an option. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Clark. If I could just echo the comment about the DCs, I've expressed the very same thing, that if the province is asking municipalities to fund a significant part that's local share, then I think it's really important they give us the tools to be able to do that. And if they're not willing to change the formula, then back to your point, I actually think they might be open to more flexibility around that, because all we're asking for are the tools. So I think that's a fantastic point. Yes, if you'd like to follow up.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. Just a quick follow-up. So can we direct staff to look into that as an option, or at least to find out how we'd go about doing that?
We can, but I think that, and I know CAO Corey will jump in, one of the areas where we can do that is at AMO. I know it's further down the road, but we have our 15-minutes of discussion with all sorts of ministers, and I'm sure that we could go as, again, a Muskoka contingent of mayors and the chair to talk about exactly that, and we can do that for sure.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. And last follow-up, I think it's for sure worthwhile to at least ask the questions, because even if it takes a long period of time, I mean, it could be a significant source of the local share to go towards that. If we were successful with other municipalities, I think the more municipalities that are asking for that, the better chance we have for them to make a change.
Couldn't agree with you more. And I notice CAO Corey is taking notes as to what will go on the list for the AMO delegations. Right? Did you want to add to that?
Thank you, Your Worship. So we have had some previous discussions. We discussed that certain issue before going to Roma, but the timing just wasn't right. So it's on our list for AMO, and our Director of Finance will assist us with the briefing note, and I am pretty sure that the rest of the municipalities will join us in that delegation. So it's already on our radar, but thank you very much, Councillor Clark.
Perfect, thank you. I think Deputy Mayor Armour, I can go to that side? Okay, I can go to that. Councillor
I
Schumacher.
was just going to follow up on Councillor Clark's and say I would agree to that, only because it may not happen in the next 10 years to fund this one, but we're already behind the 8 ball right now as it is for this build. And what do we, I mean, yes, I don't want to see, as Councillor Cloutier says, things pulled away from us. And the next councils, even after us, are going to have to keep thinking down that road about how do we continue to fund. And if the province is going to ask us to contribute constantly, then I think they need to provide us with the tools. And it may not help us this time around, but I think it will help in the future.
I totally agree. All right, Deputy Mayor Armour, and then followed by Councillor Stone.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick comment. I know 1.29%, 1.26, right? 1.29%. It doesn't sound like a lot, but really, when we're coming into a very tough taxation year, it is a lot. But I know that I was on the picket lines like everybody else was and save our hospital, and we wanted 2 hospitals, and we're getting 2 hospitals. So it's our time to step up to the plate and find some cash. And unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, but I believe the whole community is going to, be on our side, something like this. So it's got my support.
Thank you for that. Councillor Stone.
Thank you. If I can ask, Your Worship, you sit on the working group, task force with MAHC and other municipalities regarding the local share. And you're figuring out what the ask is going to be from whom. So when will that group let Huntsville know what is expected of us?
It's, so far, we've been doing quite the dance. And because it is difficult, and it's not just the Muskoka municipalities who are at that table. As you know, it's also the municipalities from the north. And there is a group another working group of the, I forget the number of municipalities. Do you remember, Denise? It's at least 6. And so they are really keen. So far, they've been quite engaged, and more than engaged, positively engaged. But you can imagine from their perspective, they're, trying to figure out how much they can contribute too. So there are different pieces of the puzzle. But to answer your question, I think that discussion that you're referring to is supposed to happen at our next meeting. Mm-hmm. It'll be an interesting dance at that one. No, you wouldn't believe the last one. I'll show you if you show me. And no one wanted to show, really, frankly. I think yeah. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks again, Your Worship. Just to, I think that everybody has to be aware of the fact that the kickoffs, the economic kickoffs from something, a hospital in our own town, Bracebridge, the same thing. So I think we have to be prepared to probably contribute more than other municipalities. So we just have to work hard and get everybody on board. So.
And I'm so glad you raised that, because you forget what you your own assumptions, that what other people know. And that is definitely the case, that a significant portion of this will go through the district. That seems to be understood. And, but because the location of the hospitals are in Bracebridge and Huntsville, and to exactly Deputy Mayor Armour's point, the economic spin-offs are here in our community. But I think all throughout Muskoka, but that's the view. And so we will be expected to step up one more step above the other municipalities. Councillor Renwick? Oh, okay. Julia, did you want to comment? Okay. Are there any other questions with respect to this? I've read the motion. All right, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Julia, for all of the work in that. And we don't have closed, and we don't have new business? It's a special meeting, so we can't even have, we don't even have new business because it's a special meeting. So there we go. I can go to the very last item. Wow. Oh, Scott. Councillor Morrison.
You should have just kept going and not acknowledged. I did email Crystal quickly, just the most. I would like to propose that motion to direct staff to report back with what options we have as far as halting the licensing of STRs. Because without directing them, they can't do that research, right?
I have a question. I guess because that came out of our housing discussion, there isn't anything stopping us from asking staff, and what it is, it's not asking council to do it, it's asking staff to come back with a report on that.
Yeah, are we allowed to, or are we not allowed to direct?
Right, and I'm going to turn to see, I think that seems like a perfectly acceptable motion if we're just asking staff to come back with something.
Yeah, I would defer to the deputy clerk, but with respect to that, because you are directing staff to take an action as opposed to a conversation, it would require a motion, but I'll defer it to the deputy clerk to speak to whether that can be dealt with or not.
And if it's okay to have that motion at this particular meeting, I guess that's I think, why not? It came out of our housing discussion, so all right.
I'm always the bearer of bad news. Because we are past that agenda item, and we do have another special meeting between now and council, and the report would most likely come to a general committee meeting. Again, I wonder if we can chat and draft something up to be included in the agenda, and it shouldn't change any timeline that would already be followed.
See, our deputy clerk she is so smart. She's so smart. That's great, and that satisfies your perfect. Thank you for that suggestion. That's great. Okay, not as nimble, but it's still nimble. It's still within the realm of nimbleness. Right? Okay. With that, I do have a motion moved by Councillor Cloutier, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. it is recommended that we do now adjourn at 4:03 PM. All those